Hello and welcome back to ZeroEscape 999, 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors. In the last episode, we all died. Yeah, that's pretty much how it goes in this game. As is typical with many visual novels with multiple choices, there are multiple endings. And you will have to replay the game in order to get the other endings, most notably the true ending. Or guess I should say the best ending. Now, you may be wondering what I'm doing back here. Well, the first reason is that I wanted an easy and quiet place to do this intro. But the second is we're going to start our episode by showing you this. The flowchart. This is your best friend in this game. To put it simply, the flowchart is one of the greatest things about this game. It not only shows you what direction you're going, but also how to get there. And the reason I stress this so much is because the flowchart did not exist in the original Nintendo DS version of this game. It was added into the Nonary Games remastered version, as the flowchart was actually created for the second game in the series, Virtue's Last Reward. Basically out of necessity because of how much larger that game was, and for another reason, but the point here is that the flowchart will show you where you are. In this case, I click it once. It'll show me where this is, and I can right-click to back out of it. It's obviously separated into novel sections, which are just entirely the story, and escape rooms. And what's even better is that with the escape rooms, let's say the second class cabins that were past door 4, if I click on it again, at any point where there is a voice-acted cutscene in the middle of an escape room, you can immediately go back and replay those scenes. This also allows you to make different choices during them. So if there are any points where you have to make a different choice that will affect which ending you get, you can easily go into the flowchart, go back and do that without having to go through everything else. This was not the case in the DS version. Every time you wanted to get a new ending or make different choices, well, I hope you I hope you A, didn't save, or B, had a lot of patience, because you would just have to replay the game from the beginning over and over and over again, complete with having to redo all of the escape rooms again and again and again. As should be obvious, this was the biggest criticism of the original DS version. This significantly helps. So now that we've gotten the submarine ending as it's seen here, we're going to go back to the choice between doors 4 and 5.
I thought we were finished with that topic.
And we do have to go through this little section, but I thought I would take this time to show you something else as we're here. Another best friend you'll have in this game. The skip function. On the main menu, you can choose to click this icon over here. Stop, auto, and skip. Stop just means that you have to advance text and dialogue manually. Auto is exactly what it says. It just auto-plays it at its own speed. I certainly hope you are a fast reader if you choose to go about with this option, but it's your choice. Skip does this. You will not hear any voice acting, and all the text will speed along very quickly. The only times it will stop are if there is a dialogue choice.
It's 4.
In which case, it'll speed along again afterwards, or if there is new text. Since I'm using the PC version, I can also just press the control button to activate it, as you see in the bottom right corner. Last time we went through door 4. For this video, we're gonna see what lies beyond door 5. And it's actually much simpler. Decided that it had to be door 5.
Hey, wait.
Anytime you come upon unread text, so basically new text that you haven't seen before, the game will basically not let you skip. Unless you go into the options and specifically allow it to skip that. The only reason I could see you allowing the game to do that is if you're trying to speedrun it. Which will be useful for me later for a very specific reason. Junpei's cry echoed across the room. The 4 people walking toward the door stopped and turned back toward him.
I want to go through door 5 too.
The words were scarcely out of his mouth when June spoke up.
What? What are you saying, Jumpy? If you're going through that door, then I'm going with you.
He turned around to look at her.
No, you can't. I can't take you with me.
Why?
Well, you know what's in there, don't you? Are you sure you want to see that?
Yeah, you kind of freaked out the last time we saw a dead body, but you probably don't remember that. Maybe. Maybe you do.
Well...
June opened her mouth as if to say something, but instead closed it again and looked at the floor. Junpei felt an ache in his chest at her clear distress, but the choice was not his to make. There was nothing else he could do. Junpei turned away from June, doing his best to silence his turbulent emotions. Yeah, considering the last choice we made was specifically just to force our way through a door with her, and considering how badly that ended, yeah, maybe some separation time would be good.
Please, let me go into door 5.
Seven scratched his head and looked at the young man.
Man, now we're right back where we started, you know that?
Junpei's bracelet is number 5, right? If we are going to add Junpei, then we must subtract 5 from the rest of us.
It's good to see you again, Snake. Snake turned to Ace.
Ace, please, take good care of Clover.
Oh, all right. That's fine.
Wow, you seem a little unhappy there, Ace. 1 + 4 = 5.
Don't go away!
You need to listen to me, Clover. Go to door 4 with the others.
No!
Don't be so selfish.
Snake's tone was harsh.
Why?
Tears welled up in Clover's eyes. She bit her lip and did her best to fight them off. Snake's expression softened, and he put his arms around Clover. He held her close and whispered into her ear.
You'll be fine. Just relax.
It looked as though he had whispered 2 or 3 more words, but whatever they were, Junpei didn't hear them.
What did he tell her?
He couldn't help but wonder what the other man had said. Snake pulled back from his sister, his eyes kind and inquiring.
Okay, I understand.
Her voice was barely audible from where Junpei stood. Before long, new teams were assembled.
Let's make sure we've got this straight. Those going to door 5 are me, 7, and Snake. 7 + 2 + 5 = 14.
Yep.
And the digital root of 14, 1 + 4 is 5.
It's actually one of the options we used to open door 5, or at least one of them we could use.
And those going to door 4 are Lotus, Santa, June, Ace, and Clover.
Oh god, that's a party.
8 plus 3 plus 6 plus 1 plus 4 is 22. And the digital root of 22 is 2 plus 2, 4. We're okay with this.
No problems here.
Yes. Let's do it.
All right then.
7, Snake, and Junpei scanned their numbered bracelets in quick succession. The screen of the red showed 3 asterisks.
The lever's all that's left. Okay. All right then. Let's go.
Junpei glanced around one last time, his hand resting on the lever of the red.
Okay. Please be careful.
Concern was written plainly across her face.
We will.
Junpei looked at her in the eye and gave what he hoped was a reassuring nod. He pulled the lever. With the sharp clack of a lock releasing the door, swung open.
And it's open.
Ahead of them in the small hallway were the pitiful remains of the 9th man.
Oh,
That's messed up.
that was the 9th man.
For a moment, Junpei froze. Try as he might, his eyes would not leave the corpse, and his feet would not leave the floor. 7 too seemed paralyzed. Snake, on the other hand, seemed unconcerned. He walked calmly down the bloody hallway and only stopped when he realized his companions were not following.
Oh,
How can you...
Well, do you intend to kill me? I assume you haven't forgotten the door only remains open for 9 seconds, have you?
Lines that have such a double meaning after multiple playthroughs. He hadn't even bothered to turn around. His head was, at most, slightly cocked toward one shoulder.
sorry.
Let's go!
Junpei and 7 looked at one another, nodded, and threw themselves through the door. As they did, a cold tone sounded from the left wrists of all 3 men. 7 and Junpei looked down at their bracelets. On both of them, and on Snake's, a red skull had flickered to life.
Damn it! The countdown started!
Damn you, Dr. Wily, and your skull motifs. They had scarcely processed this information when... With a metallic slam, the numbered door behind them swung shut.
Shit! The door!
There's no turning back now. And if we don't manage to find the deactivation device...
Hey, where is the dead?
The fear and urgency in 7's face reflected what all 3 of them felt.
How the hell should I know?
Stay calm. Look around you.
Okay, I get it.
Junpei spun around, searching desperately for the dead.
Ah!
He found it easily enough. It was on the wall next to the closed door labeled 5.
Found it! Right here!
As he yelled, he struck the scanner with his hand. The other 2 scrambled to follow suit. As soon as they finished, Snake threw the lever down.
Well, it looks like it stopped.
As he spoke, Junpei wiped the sweat from his forehead with a trembling hand.
Goddamn thing's gonna give me a heart attack.
A muscle stood out in 7's neck, and the corners of his mouth were twitching.
Jumpy, are you all right?
No, we blew up.
Are you guys okay?
They could hear anxious voices, muffled but distinct from the other side of the door.
Yeah, we're fine.
The detonators have been deactivated.
They heard relieved sighs, and even through the door, the 3 men could feel the tension disperse.
All right, we're moving on. Be careful, okay?
Okay.
Kind of interesting that if we choose door 4, Clover will actually inform us of what the dead looks like and how it functions. But if we choose door 5, we don't do the same.
Sure thing.
Just kind of an odd thing to notice.
And they're gone.
They heard footsteps moving away, and before long, they were alone again.
Now.
Junpei looked around.
Doesn't look like we can go any further this way.
The hallway ended roughly 20 or 30 feet from where they stood.
Maybe this wall can be moved. Or not. It's not budging.
We're not in a Scooby-Doo cartoon, unfortunately.
Hey, there's a door over there.
To the left, however, was a wooden door that looked positively inviting by comparison. In the middle of it was a plaque that read First Class.
A first-class cabin, huh?
Oh, first escape room was a third-class cabin. Door 4 had the second class. We're only going up.
Well, it seems like it.
Let's have a look then, shall we? All right then, let's go.
Into the darkness.
Yeah.
Without hesitation, Snake opened the door and stepped inside. 7 followed closely behind him. Junpei moved to follow them as well, but
Oh,
he stopped just short of the threshold and looked back, not knowing why.
I don't want to look, but
Lying in the small hallway was a man's body, or at least what was left of it. He tried hard to avoid looking at the grisly scene, but it just wouldn't leave his mind.
it's so horrible. I can't even tell what's what.
What had once been a man's internal organs now looked so much like vomit, as though something had chewed up and spit out the better part of his torso. It was hideous, but worse still, it was cruel. It was hard to believe the thing on the floor had once been human. The black pool of thick blood, the lumps of glistening flesh spread across the floor, the awkward twisted angle of shredded intestines, the head wrenched to some grotesque, unnatural position.
He'd been wearing these.
The man's glasses lay next to his head. The lenses were cracked and the frame bent and distorted. And next to the glasses lay a bracelet, the number 9 still displayed on its face.
The bracelet's off. Oh, wait. Zero did say.
Lastly, let us discuss how to remove the bracelets. There are only 2 ways to do so. 1. You escape from this ship. 2. More hotly, which is Zero. In other words, once the bracelet is taken outside the confines of the ship, or the backside of the wearer's heartbeat has fallen to 0, it will shut down automatically.
The bracelet comes off when you're dead. But what the hell's the point of getting it off when you end up like this? Just imagining how it must have happened. This was a human.
Suddenly, Junpei felt his stomach convulse, and a knot of muscle gripped his throat.
Oh god. I feel like I'm gonna puke. I gotta get out of here.
Guys, like watching someone's first time playing Dead Space. He clapped his hands over his mouth and ran to the first-class cabin. The atmosphere changed immediately. The room was gorgeous, and despite the apparent age of the ship, none the worse for wear.
Where did they...
He looked around. 7 and Snake were nowhere to be seen. There were 2 doors on the right side of the room. He opened the one on his right and went through.
Through here?
On the other side of the door was a short hallway. He jogged down the hallway, opened the door at the other end, and peeked through. There they were, to his right, busy examining something.
What's up?
He stepped through the door and walked toward them.
Check this out. We found this thing here on the door.
The red light's on. Does that mean it's locked?
So I would assume.
Is there any other way out?
We looked around a little. Other than this door, we didn't find anything.
So you're telling me that unless we can open this door...
Yes. We won't be going anywhere.
Junpei stepped away from the door and looked around the room.
This looks like a bedroom.
Well, it did say first-class cabin.
Then the other room is probably a living room. Or the closest you can get to one on a ship.
All right, let's find a way to open this door. Come on, guys.
Oh boy, the dream team here. Seek a way out. This is the dream team right here, baby. I'm sorry, I just love the music. Despite how large everything seemed to be, based on that little opening view, this is actually a fairly simple and easy escape room. A bed with a canopy. I've seen things like this in movies and stuff, but never in real life. True, you don't see too many these days. I can't see the details, obviously, but I imagine it's one of those princess beds Clover is so fond of. Clover wants one of these? Yes. She wants a princess bed. Didn't I say that? You think it doesn't suit her? Yeah, I guess you could say that. Ah, Junpei, judge her by appearances, will you? And well, you should not. Well, that's ominous. But also a very true statement for basically anybody. A large bed with a canopy. Man, this makes me miss my own bed and sleep. I know there's one, but okay. Ooh, anything under the pillow? I thought I could click on the rope. Score plate A. I see. This feels like glass. A rectangular plate of glass. Is there something written on the surface? Yeah, it's a sheet of music with a couple of A notes. Just A's. Yeah, that's it. Kind of weird, huh? Junpei, I'm amazed you actually know that. I don't really know anybody, at least personally, who can read music notes like just off the top of my head. A transparent music score sheet, apparently made from glass. It has a number of A notes on it. Or at the very least, I just don't know anybody. I know there are people who can, but I feel like it's becoming sort of a lost art nowadays. It took Junpei by surprise. Snake, usually so calm and collected, suddenly began to move. He stared about the room almost frantically, clearly looking for something. No, Junpei thought, not staring. After all, he's blind. Blind or not, Snake was clearly attempting to do something. At last, Junpei could no longer contain his curiosity.
What's wrong? You got weird all of a sudden.
That's a bit weird. I'm sorry, that's a bit rude, Junpei. Snake waited a moment before answering.
I heard something strange.
Something strange?
Ah, well, never mind. It doesn't seem to be anything suspicious. I don't wish to toot my own horn, but my auditory senses are considerably more advanced than those of most humans.
Okay there, Daredevil.
I notice even the slightest of noises.
Oh my god, you are Daredevil.
Right. Are you gonna tell me you can hear a needle drop from a mile away?
No, such a thing would be impossible. However, by listening to the sound of footsteps and breathing, as well as sound echoing off the environment, I can locate most objects.
Oh yeah, that's right. When Clover fell on the big staircase a little while ago, you were at her side immediately. So that was...
Yes, I could hear it happening. In fact, I can run quite fast. Certainly as fast as you. And should someone attempt to start a fight with me, I am quite confident that I could defeat them.
Oh, really?
What was that response? Junpei was somewhat taken aback by this revelation. He stared at Snake, skeptical.
You don't believe me, do you? Care to give it a try?
No.
I must warn you, you'll no doubt regret it.
I'm sure I will. I mean, I don't know if Junpei is much of a fighter.
Well, I suppose that's enough playing around. Let's resume our search, shall we?
With a small, self-satisfied smile, Snake turned and walked away from Junpei. In case you're curious as to what he was doing, it is never answered in the game, but a Q&A clarified that he was simply trying to listen as to what was happening with the other group beyond door 4. Whether he actually heard anything or not, who knows. A white desk. Feels kind of fancy. It's a small round chair. Looks like it probably goes to the vanity. So this is the locking thing. It's flashing red. That's usually not a good sign. Is that a microphone? It looks like a satellite dish. Let me see. Well, judging by the feel of it, I would guess that we are meant to produce some sort of sound, and this device will sense it and unlock. Some sort of lock, apparently. It's connected to a microphone. Doesn't look like there's a keyhole in this door. True, but there's some strange device in lieu of one. The exit. It's locked tight, we can't get it open. There's nothing under the pillow. A bed. A bed. A bed. Junpei, I cannot help but notice your interest in the bed. Perhaps you are hoping we will spend time on it together. God, I... Don't say stuff like that. Damn. That's not a mental image I want. Really? You sure, Junpei? Snake is quite an attractive man. Fun fact, I don't know if I actually mentioned this in part 1. Snake's sexuality was confirmed in a Q&A, but in perhaps the most bizarre way possible. He is the only character I can think of whose sexuality was determined by a vote. And fans voted fairly heavily that he is attracted to men. So, yeah. He may actually very well be flirting with Junpei. The lights are lit. It's totally a table with a mirror. Ah, yes. You know, that sort of thing is known as a vanity. Were you aware of that, Junpei? Of course, vanity also refers to self-love, conceit, and narcissism. As such, you could say that every day when a woman looks into one of these, she is staring at her own conceit and narcissism. Doesn't that strike you as terribly sad? Oy, that's, I don't know how to respond to that, Snake. An antique vanity. There's nothing in the drawer. Yep, totally empty. A window. There's an iron plate nailed to it. What's this? This isn't a score. Is this a map of the ship? A map? There's a map of the ship here? Yeah. Then I imagine it will prove very helpful. You'd best hold on to it, Junpei. Okay. And we can use the map screen like before. A music stand. Well, might as well put this glass plate on it. Oh. Is something wrong? It's kind of hard to see the notes. Maybe if I put something under them? A background for the notes. A piano keyboard. What is Snake doing? He can't play, can he? This piano. There's something amiss with the keys. You mean it's out of tune or something? No, not that. It's properly tuned, just... well, the sounds are clearly purposefully different. The C key doesn't yield a C, but rather a different note entirely. The same goes for the D keys. They play some other notes. Huh, why do you think it's like that? Isn't it painfully obvious? Zero modified it in some way. This piano, you see, is part of one of the puzzles Zero has set for us. Perhaps if we play the keys in the correct order, something will happen. In other words, we need to play a song on the piano. I believe so. These keys are all messed up. Oh yeah, that's right. I got a score plate earlier. I just had something to slide underneath. It's a white desk. Snake's rubbing it. This is a high-quality desk. Teak, or perhaps mahogany. Wow, how can you tell? Oh, I have my ways. I can never hear the word mahogany without imagining the very specific way that it is pronounced or said. mahogany. The white desk seems a little fancy to me. It's a small round chair. Looks like it probably goes to the vanity. Oh, wow, this fabric feels great. I bet that chair's really comfortable. Snake going around just feeling everything. A small round chair. It's really soft. Squish. Squish. Squish, squish. Squish, squish, squish. Squish, 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 squish. Junpei, how long do you intend to abuse that chair? I suggest you finish soon. Otherwise, I may be forced to teach you a lesson in physical pain. His face might look calm, but there's a monster under there. Gotta admit, I'm a little scared. I don't want to get my ass kicked by a blind guy, so I think I'm gonna leave the chair alone. For now. Oy. Well, at least we got light. What? Huh? What the hell, man? It's just a light. Oh. Of course. The lights are on. That goes over there. But if we open this door... This safe is locked. It's one of those dial locks. Doesn't have a key, we just need to get the dials in the right place and it'll open. Did you find anything, Seven? Nope. How about you, Snake? I also found nothing. It's a safe with a dial lock on it. We won't be able to open it until we know the right numbers. There's something in here. Score plate C? Yes. Well, this feels like glass. A rectangle of glass. Transparent, I assume. I can feel something printed on the surface. What is it? A sheet of music with some C notes on it. There's nothing in here. A leather suitcase. There's nothing inside. I can tell by the weight, and it makes no noise when shaken. Another leather suitcase. Unfortunately, there's nothing inside. So if we go out this way, we come out into the hallway. This is the only part of the escape room that is a little confusing. Just because of depending on which way you're facing will depend on what doors you're seeing. So it can be a little easy to get tripped up. It's a light switch. Nothing happens when I press it. Going in here, we have the bathroom. The lights, huh? Nope, doesn't look like there's anything hidden there. There are a couple of light fixtures in the bathroom. They seem perfectly ordinary. Testing. Hey, it's great to see you all here. I just flew in from New York and boy are my arms tired. Yes, thank you, I'll be here all week. Try the veal. That's not a mic, Seven. It's just a shower head. What? What the hell? What is it with you people? You think it's a microphone. Santa thought it was a mushroom. It's a dry shower head. Doesn't seem like I could get any water to come out of it. The bathtub is full of water. Is there ash or something in this water? Looks kind of gray. Let's just pull the plug. No, hold on. Maybe we can, I don't know, use it for something. Use it for something? The bathtub's full of gross, cloudy water. There's something's bothering Seven. Maybe I'll hold off on pulling this plug for a moment. Huh, this faucet is really hard to turn. Man, it doesn't matter how hard I yank on it, this thing won't budge. Huh, hard for you to turn, kid. How about you let a man give it a shot? Damn it, nothing. Might as well be a damn rock. Looks like something's holding that knob in place. Well, if you can't do it, Seven, guess we might as well give up. This faucet isn't going to be producing water anytime soon. It's impossible to turn the knob. The water's dirty, but the rest of the bathtub looks comparatively clean. Almost like the dirty water was moved there from somewhere else intentionally. And there we are in the mirror. What a pair. A college kid and a terrifying giant of a man in a beanie. Stuck in a cramped bathroom with this beast of a man. What would my parents say? Something wrong, Junpei? Looked real sad all of a sudden. No. Nothing. There's a mirror here. A mirror. Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who is the toughest, sexiest, and most beautiful young man of them all? That is, of course, 7. Idiots. God, Lotus did the exact same thing with the mirror in the second class cabin. You two really are just kind of made for each other, aren't you? Round mirror mounts out of the wall here. Well, the sink's clean. Any water? Nothing's coming out. Got the faucet on all the way, but I can't hear anything. It's the sink. The water doesn't appear to be working. So yeah, nothing much in here. If we go out here to where 7 was. Hey, Junpei, where are you going? Didn't we come out of that door? No point going back there. All that's left, all that's out there are a locked number door and a dead body, or what's left of it. Yeah. The knife man's body is on the other side of that door. Maybe I don't want to go out there after all. There are a couple of lights on the wall here. There's some sort of antique desk. Makes sense though, I guess. This whole room's full of antiques. You got a nice handful of cash for all the stuff in here. So, when I'm reading 7's lines, I'm usually holding my throat tight to try and get that deep voice. I'm gonna stop doing that. I would appreciate if someone tells me whether that sounds better or not, because it honestly hurts my throat to do it. And I want to know if I can stop. An old-fashioned desk adds a little class to the room. Somebody spent a lot of time carving the legs of this chair. It'll snap like a twig if 7 sits on it, though. Mind your own damn business. A chair with intricately carved legs. There's a piece of heavy paper folded in half sitting on the table. It's a chair. Chair, huh? That chair looks nice. Mind if I take a load off? I think you'd be doing the opposite. That was just rude. The chair does look pretty comfortable. It's a heavy piece of paper that's been folded in half. It has score printed on the front of it. Score. That's gotta be musical score. If that's true, then the score we just found was probably in here. At least at some point. Score. Guess you could put sheet music in it. That reminds me. 7, do you say anything about these? There's some kind of transparent glass plate. It's got a C note in the staff here a couple of times. 7, you can read music? Huh. Didn't call that one. What, you think I'm some kind of idiot? Yeah, I know how to read music. I guess it's just shocking. Ah, but I guess he only does it for the one time. Interesting. Couple lights on the wall. Spectative looking chair sitting there. This couch looks just big enough for 3 people. Looks perfect for me. What? Perfect for an elegant gentleman like myself. The couch looks a lot more elegant. Hey, there's something you ain't saying? Never mind. The couch does look pretty elegant. Doesn't really go with 7, though. Junpei, you're just being kind of an asshole. Oh, hi. A fireplace, huh? Don't see one of these too often. Aren't a lot of people with fire... Ah, can't read. Aren't a lot of people these days with real fireplaces and real fires? There's an iron grate in front of the fireplace. There's something behind it. It's a fireplace. It's a fireplace. Hey, Junpei, what's this? The Thinker by August Rodin. Right on! Well, that was random. A fireplace. Something behind it. Huh? There's something in the back. Let's see if I can reach it. Just a little... God damn it, that's hot! You aren't real smart, are you? Come on, of course it's gonna be hot. It's a fire. Even a monkey knows it shouldn't stick its hand in a fire. There's something in the fireplace behind the fire. How am I gonna get it out? I love the sounds of fireplaces. Looks like there's something inside this cabinet. It's a rectangular piece of glass. You can see right through it. It has a couple of G notes on it. Huh. Wonder what that means. Or maybe it's just specific music sheets it responds to. There's a suitcase made out of leather, the cover of rich mahogany. Well, shoot. Looks like there's nothing in it. Nothing inside. Dang, nothing in there. Hey, Seven, look! It's a Martian, and he looks pretty pale. Idiots. It's just a vase on a table. Well, I guess maybe it does look a little bit like an anemic Martian. There's an expensive-looking vase sitting on the table. I get it. We're gonna use this vase, right? That's pretty clever, Junpei. We just gotta fill this thing with water. Looks like a vase. Maybe you could use that. A vase, it could probably hold quite a bit. There was once a vase on this table. Very specific, Junpei. Oh, a toilet. Yay. There's some toilet paper on the wall there. Nothing that looks suspicious. There's some toilet paper in the dispenser on the wall. There's some toilet paper in the dispenser on the wall. Alright, I'm gonna pull off some of this toilet paper. Rolling, rolling, rolling. Rolling, rolling, rolling. Hey, Junpei. I don't really think you need that much. Well, let's just wipe the slate clean then, shall we? Everyone in this game loves puns. There's some toilet paper in a dispenser on the wall, nothing that looks suspicious. It's a toilet. Doesn't seem to be anything in the toilet or the tank. Nothing strange going on here. Nothing suspicious here, I think. Junpei, look! There's a hand coming out of the toilet. Just a joke there, kid. Not funny, man. I'm too old for this shit. Incontinence is a problem many older men struggle with, but there's help. First off, nice burn, and second off, nice Majora's Mask reference. If only I had some paper to give the hand. Maybe a land deed will do the trick. A clean bathroom. There's nothing in the toilet bowl or the tank. Hey Snake, what do you think about this vase? A vase? Where did you find this? Over in the kitchen. I see. Well, I suppose that might be useful for bludgeoning Seven over the head. That's not what we're using it for. Snake, that's really specific. What's with you? Geno's enough. G. So yes, obviously fill this with water. The bathtub's full of gross, cloudy water. Alright, shouldn't be too hard to fill this vase up. Hey, Junpei, what are you doing over there? Only one thing to do now that you got that thing full of water. Come on, what are you waiting for? The vase is full of water from the bathtub. There's a plug on the end of this chain. Alright, why don't we just drain this water? Yeah, good plan. Alright, where's that thing? A good old tug ought to be enough to get it out. Huh? Oh, look at that. There's a plate sitting at the bottom of the bathtub. There's a plug for a bathtub at the end of the chain. So D. Transparent plate made of glass, yes? I feel like that should have been said by Snake. Also, no. Technically, this is incorrect. If I remember reading correctly, this is actually a slight mistake, and it's actually depicting F notes instead of D notes, which is a bizarre mistake. So, Snake, you got anything to say about this water-filled vase? So, you filled the vase with water, have you? I assume you intend to dump it onto Seven's head. Not a bad idea. Very well, I would appreciate it if you would put this plan into action post-haste. Snake, what's with you, man? Seven has done nothing to you. Wrong one. I'm curious. It's not even a dialogue option. Alright, time to put this fire out. About time, buddy, let's do it. Here we go. Good job. Another success. That fire didn't stand a chance. Charcoal? No, looks like coal. Maybe that stuff called coke? Now that the fire's out, I think I could see something in there. Just the fuel. No fire burning it now. I think there's something else in there. Looks like the fire's gone out. Just get that thing out of it. There's a fire. There was a fire here a bit ago, but it's out now. There was a hole here. It's gone now. Alright, I'll just pull this out now. Don't want to get burned, so let's pull down the sleeves. A score plate. It's a ceramic plate of some kind. Looks like a blank sheet of music. A sort of proto-score on a ceramic plate. Looks like a blank sheet of music. As Junpei tucked the plate into his pocket, Seven cried out and stumbled, his balance lost. He threw out a hand and caught the wall in time to steady himself and avoid the floor, but his face was flushed and he looked startled.
Hey, Seven, what the hell was that? Are you alright?
Yeah, I'm fine. I just felt a little dizzy, that's all.
Seven rubbed a couple of fingers across his brow and then shook his head as if to clear it.
What the hell is wrong with me? First memory loss, now I'm getting dizzy for no reason.
Memory loss?
Junpei couldn't hide the surprise in his voice. Seven, for his part, seemed unconcerned.
Oh, yeah, I guess I didn't tell you, huh? I told the rest of them before we ran into you on the stairs. I told them I couldn't remember a damn thing from before I woke up. Didn't realize I hadn't told you.
Whoa, wait a minute.
So yes, we learn about the memory loss much earlier this time because we picked door 5. And while I won't show it as a result, much later on when we reunion in the big hospital room, this means that Junpei will not immediately make a scene over Seven mentioning memory loss. So yeah, that causes a slight difference, but it's effectively just a removal of a part of the scene, so I'm not going to show it.
You're talking about amnesia, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, why are you an amnesiac? What happened to you?
Junpei, what kind of question is that?
If I knew that, I wouldn't really be one, would I?
Hey, Shadow the Hedgehog, why are you an amnesiac? I don't know. None of my allies are telling me stuff. What about you, Rouge? You want to tell me why I can't remember anything?
Oh, yeah, I guess that's true.
Junpei paused for a moment and stared at Seven.
Are you telling the truth?
Huh?
Well, you look pretty calm for somebody who doesn't remember anything. If you've really got amnesia, shouldn't you be, like, upset or confused or something?
Well, sure. I mean, I was pretty confused when I woke up down on D-Deck. But that was a while ago. I've had some time to get used to it. After a while, I figured it wasn't worth the trouble of worrying about it. After all, why worry about something I can't change? Well, people usually don't stay amnesiacs forever. I figure it'll work itself out eventually.
But that's it?
That's it. Alright, that's enough talking for now. Let's get back to work.
I mean, that's a fair idea there. It's like, you can't really do anything about it at the moment, so you may as well focus on, obviously, the more pressing issue of getting out of here alive first. Especially because, yeah, amnesia cases sometimes do work themselves out. Seven gave Junpei a look the younger man wasn't sure how to interpret and turned to walk away.
How are you fine with something like that?
Somehow, though, Junpei didn't find his reassurances very reassuring. Probably some of the only voice-acted scenes where there's no dialogue choices. Also, this is just me because I thought it was a funny idea. Before I was recording this, I thought of a really funny idea of just Junpei, Seven, and Snake walking over with the vase held over top and going like, ooh, 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 and just dumping the water onto it. But the others in room, like past door 4, just hearing this and wondering what in the world is going on over here while they're intricately solving the puzzles. I don't know, just as like in an animation style, I don't know why, it just was a very funny mental image to me, and I don't know where it came from. I would love if someone made that. Now after that random tangent, looks like it burns coke. Well, burned past tense, it's out. There's an iron gate in front of the fireplace. Alright. So, nothing to really do now, just... yeah, pretty much. Aside from Snake's word here, a rectangular plate. This texture, it feels like it's probably ceramic. You know, fired clay, like a plate or a bowl. What color is it? Well, it's white. You sure, Junpei? That looks kind of brown to me. Or beige. Is there anything written on it? Yeah, a staff. Like for music. No notes, though. Huh. Interesting. How strange. Music stand seems as good a place as any to put this music we found. Just gotta put the ceramic plate on the bottom, and then stack the glass plates on top of it. Alright, good. Sweet. Now I can play the music. Junpei, would you be so kind as to play the piano? I am unable to, you see. I'm sure I need to tell you, but the keys on this piano are not what you might expect them to be. C won't be C, D won't be D, and so forth. You must listen carefully to determine which keys to strike. Do you understand? Yeah. Alright, let's give this a shot. So, this is one of my least favorite puzzles in the game. Mainly because it's primarily just, well, to put it lightly, it's mainly just guessing. That's all it is. But it should be noted that despite you being able to click on them, the black keys do nothing. It is only the white keys you need to use, and I'm going to tell you right now, the solution for this puzzle, you do not need to worry about the first 2 white keys or the last 2. Only these 4 in the middle are going to be used. Now, so consider these keys 1, 2, 3, and 4. The solution to this puzzle, and I had to write this down because there's no way I'm remembering it off the top of my head, is 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 3, 2, 1, 2, 1, 3, 4, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we're done. Music is not my forte. Wait, what was that noise? Junpei, you did it. Looks like it worked. I heard something unlock over by the exit. Let's go. Good plan. Stand. Bow. Be seated. Well, I guess he hasn't forgotten that. At least Snake thinks it's funny. Yes, I suppose that was the classroom bell, wasn't it? I don't imagine that's what Zero was thinking of, however. No, Zero almost certainly meant to suggest Westminster, not middle school. Westminster? The palace in London that plays host these days to the Houses of Parliament. You've heard of Big Ben, the famous clock tower, yes? Big Ben plays that very collection of notes on the hour. London? The capital of England, huh? At any rate, the door is now unlocked. Let's leave this place immediately. The piano keyboard. I don't need to play the piano anymore. And apparently, the music stand is all gone. It's a bed. Don't know that it's real important, though. Small table with a mirror on it. Boring. The lights are lit. It's a white desk. Not that interesting, though. It's a small round chair. Looks like it probably goes to the vanity. Ah, no last squishies. The lights are on. The door goes to the living room. I don't have any reason to go out there. But there's something we're forgetting. A safe. It's a safe. A safe, huh? The exit's open. Yes. Strange we didn't need to open this to achieve our goal. Do you think it's important? I wonder what's in there. It's a safe with a dial lock on it. We won't be able to open it until we know the right numbers. Guess we'll just leave it alone for now and move on. Well, I guess there's nothing we can do about it. A bed. Junpei, get in the bed with Snake. Yeah, the sign's green now. I would imagine that means it is now unlocked. Then what the hell are we sitting around here for? Let's get out of here. It's already unlocked. Alright, let's go. You found it. He came out of the door and into a long, straight hallway.
Another hallway?
He paused for a moment and turned around to look behind him.
That should do it.
Seven was bent over, apparently doing something to the door.
What's he up to?
Junpei had spoke more or less to himself, but apparently Seven had heard anyway. The larger man stood up and turned to Junpei.
I was just putting one of those plates in there. It ought to keep the door from locking again. Yeah, we can come back here anytime we want, right?
Oh, so that's why the plates disappeared.
Ah, why would you want to come back here?
Snake was a reasonable one. Seven thought about it for a moment before he answered.
I might like to play a little piano.
Piano?
Come on, let's get moving. We aren't out of this yet.
Ah, yes, Seven, known for his big piano performances. Concert tickets go for hundreds of dollars. Without waiting for an answer, Seven started off down the hallway.
Well then?
Snake shrugged, sighed, and quietly followed Seven. That's a lie, Junpei thought to himself.
Can't say I could ever imagine Seven playing the piano. He couldn't use the piano in there anyway. The keyboard's a mess. But why would he want to leave the door unlocked then? I have no clue. Hey, wait for me!
I mean, it's fairly obvious when you think about it. Junpei frowned, took one last look at the door, and then walked away towards his companions. After some time in the hallway, they emerged into a larger, more open area.
Whoa, a metal grate?
A large metal grate like the door of a jail divided it in half.
Why is this thing...
If you remember the second part, we're effectively on the other side of the grate than when we entered door 4. The elevators are actually over there. And so the entrance to the kitchen would also be over there. They shook it for a while, but as they had expected, it did not move.
Figures.
Are those elevators over there?
No way to know if they're working or not from here. Oh, there's a door just to the left of this grate.
Unfortunately, however, it was locked and refused to open.
Sounds like it's locked.
Yep, that would be the exit for the kitchen. The other group is going to need to unlock it before we could use it.
Yep.
Junpei took a moment to examine the left side
Stairs
of the room,
leading down.
and apparently the text decided to advance without me saying so.
They're blocked by the grate, though.
But this here seems accessible.
So we can open it?
Nah, I think it's locked, too. Look.
In the center of the door was a small keyhole. If you heard that squeaking, I apologize, that is my chair. Next to the keyhole, a small symbol had been carved into the metal.
What's this mark? The female symbol.
Wasn't quite sure what to make of it. Snake, naturally, was somewhat more sure.
Ah, the Venus symbol, I imagine. Do you recall the similar symbols near the large central stairway? They reference many of the solar bodies.
Oh, that's right. The Sun, Saturn, and Earth.
So, as you can see, that one is likely.
Not the woman symbol, but a Venus symbol.
So I assume.
Again, does anyone actually know why this is? Why they share the same symbols? I'd be interested to know.
Hold on. Where's 7?
Although I guess I could just look it up myself, so I'm not lazy. While they had been discussing the symbols, Junpei now realized 7 had slipped away. His absence now felt, Snake and Junpei turned to look for
There he is, down that hallway.
for their missing companion. Thank you, text, for advancing without my saying so. 7 had left them to head down the hallway extending to the right of the stairs.
This way, Snake. Follow me.
Junpei grabbed Snake to lead him in the right direction, and they both headed off after 7. Before long, the three of them stood in front of a door.
I wonder if this door will...
It was a
How about that? It opens.
French door. Junpei tested the door and realized that, unlike so many others they'd encountered, it was unlocked. Almost as though he was afraid it would suddenly lock itself, Junpei threw the door open. He stepped inside.
Oh, wow.
It took only a moment for Junpei to take in his new surroundings.
Is this some kind of casino?
Sure looks like one.
Yay! Before Junpei could comment further, a noise from behind made him turn around. Snake was shaking the door they'd just come through.
Well, this is troubling.
As 7 and Junpei watched, he threw up his hands in frustration and then kicked the door for good measure.
It seems we are once again locked in.
Oh, yay. There was no reason to panic, however.
Even if that door was open, it's not like we had anywhere to go that way.
So we must find another exit then.
All right, guys, let's split up and search this room. Come on, no dawdling. Let's go. Quickly now.
Spurred to action by Seven's words, Junpei and Snake began to examine the room. Seek a way out. Ah, back to my favorite song in the game. So yes, welcome to the casino. This is actually probably the easiest escape room in the game. Yes, even easier than the first one, because with that one you're at least learning. By this point though, well, everything about this just kind of is easy. A square poker table. There's nothing on it. It's a chair. Yep, totally a chair. It feels like a chair, nothing more, nothing less. This is just a chair, there's nothing else to say about it. Standard run-of-the-mill chairs. God, you people are obsessed with chairs. Hey Junpei, isn't that a card sitting on the table there? This feeling. It seems to be a playing card. There's a playing card on the table. The 5 of spades. I'm sure you can immediately see what our gimmick is going to be. Those are strange looking chandeliers. Look kind of like the UFOs from that movie, Michelle's Farm Tools. What the hell kind of movie is that? I honestly have absolutely no idea what he's referencing. I may need to look it up. I'm sure it's not a real movie, but it's probably a reference to something. A number of luxurious chandeliers hang from the ceiling. There are 4 chairs surrounding the square table. That square table looks like a mahjong table. Do you play mahjong, Seven? Maybe. I don't remember exactly, but I do remember a couple of hands and some of the rules, so I figure I must have played it at some point. Excellent. Once we've vacated this vessel, I should like to play a game with you. Can you, play? So long as you tell me which tiles I am eliminating, yes, I believe I have at least enough skill to defeat an amateur. I think you mean the tile 7 is eliminating. However, I must ask you to remove the red tiles when we play. Oh god, it's a Yakuza fan's just worst nightmare, having to complete any of the, completion points involving mahjong. I've heard mahjong is quite fun, it's just very complicated. It does look like a mahjong table, but I think this is probably for poker. There's nothing on it. Check out that stained glass. How beautiful. What? Huh? Stained glass is colored pieces of glass placed together in a frame. As I've said many times before, I need only touch it to know. I can at least discern the basic structure. Stained glass is recessed into the wall. All I can see in there is lighting fixtures, though. Probably means the stained glass doesn't look outside. It's actually really beautiful. The chandeliers hang, chandelier-like, from the ceiling. What an apt description. Oh. There's something on the table. The 3 of spades. Wow, this place is, super amazing. What's this place for? Probably for playing Baccarat. Looks a little off, though. Yeah, look at the middle of the table. There's something mounted on it, see? There's something mounted in the center of the table. Suddenly, Seven began to speak.
Ah, Baccarat. You ever played Junpei?
Junpei shook his head. He'd barely even heard of the game.
No, never.
I mean, we heard about it briefly in the second-class cabin with Santa and Lotus, but other than that...
Alright then, how about I explain the rules to you a bit?
Sure.
See, Baccarat is kind of an unusual game. You've got the banker and the player. The whole point is that you guess which one's gonna win. And whether the banker or the player wins, it all depends on their hands. The way each hand works is different from other games too. You see, you take the number from the ones place after you add up the value of all your cards. Whoever gets the number closest to 9 wins. If your number is smaller than your opponent's, you lose. And that's it. That's the explanation. Got it? Well, actually, there's a lot more to it. Strategy, details, that sort of stuff. But what I just told you sums up the core of the game pretty well. The single digit of the sum of all the cards you have. The strongest hand is a 9, and the weakest hand is a 0. You just ignore the number in the 10 spot.
Huh. Okay. So it's like making digital roots. Also, it's kind of like Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories. Except that the 0 can actually be the strongest depending on when you play it, but I digress.
Do you get it?
Yeah.
He hadn't been asked for it, but Seven's explanation, rushed though it had been, was helpful.
Well, maybe half of it. Enough. I got a chance at winning the game if I played now.
Yeah, small chance, but a chance nonetheless.
However, we have no way of knowing if the puzzle in the Baccarat table makes use of those rules, and if it does, in what manner.
Then I guess we try everything.
Feeling more confident, if only slightly, Junpei approached the Baccarat table. And that is our only voice-acted scene for this, for some reason. But yes, I can see the playing card behind the thick glass case. It's the 8 of spades. Hey, Seven, are we really supposed to play Baccarat? It's a Baccarat table. What the hell else would we do? Stop worrying about it. It's real simple. What's the opponent say? Well, there's an 8 in the glass case. Alright, then that's your opponent's number. If that's the case, what 3 cards do we need to get that number? 3 cards? There are a couple of indentations with white lines around them, right? Those mean we gotta put down 3 cards. So, place 3 cards here and defeat the opponent's 8. That's what I've gotta do, I guess. Yeah, I think so. Something tells me those aren't the only rules. Alright, let's give it a shot. Before I start, I better make sure I've got the rules straight. There are 3 empty indentations. Just gotta pick a card and play it. I figure if I put them in the right spots, something ought to happen. Alright, let's give this a try. Let's not, Junpei. I only have 2 cards. Be patient, my lad. Hey, can you touch that thing? Yeah, I'm a pretty good jumper, if I may say so myself. Here we go! And that accomplished what? Chandeliers hang chandelier-like from the ceiling. Huh. A light. Wait, did Snake just tense up? Hey, what's up? No, never mind. No need to worry. The lights glow yellow, filling the room with their light. It says 1 on the plate. This slot machine is a pretty old-fashioned design. It looks well-maintained and probably still works. This is the stand for the slot machine. I don't see anything suspicious. It's the drawer they use to pick up money. It's locked tight. I can't get it open. So I've got the symbols for heart, spade, and diamond here. The coin slot. Alright, nothing else to see there. And I can't click on the chair. There's a plate on it that says 2. The plate says 3. Huh, interesting. Junpei, I can feel a frame here. What sort of painting is it? Clouds, maybe? Clouds. Well, maybe it's a rabbit? A rabbit? Well, if it's not that, it might be a close-up of some teeth. Huh? Oh, I guess there's actually nothing here. Just a blank piece of canvas in a frame. I see. How strange. A large piece of canvas is stretched across this frame. There's nothing painted on it. Didn't think I'd find a card here. The Six of Spades. There's a pair of lights, each with a strange glass object in front of it on top of the fireplace. There's a weird-looking thing floating in there. So if we click this, it's lit up by the lights. Circle, circle, VV. What the hell does this mean? It's shedding quite a bit of light. The light on the left side is lit. Well, at least this one isn't lit like the one in the first class cabin. Maybe that's why it feels a little chilly in here. It's really a very nice looking fireplace. There's firewood in the fireplace. This chair goes to the poker table. Feels really soft. It's a chair. The seat is nice and soft. Squeeze. Squeeze, squeeze. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. Squeeze, 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 squeeze. Are you quite finished with the chair, Junpei? If you don't stop this behavior at once, I will be forced to teach you a lesson you will not soon forget. His face is as calm as ever, but his voice terrifying. I don't want to get beat up, so maybe I'll just leave the chair alone for now. Junpei, what is it with you and squeezing chairs? This door is shut tight. It won't open. That's the door we just came through. It's locked and I can't get it to open. Well, at any rate, this gate is very impressive. It feels like granite? It seems to be elaborately decorated in several places. A shame I cannot see it. An elaborately decorated gate stands guard over the door we just came through. So if we put on the other light, a woman, something with a pointy tip, an upside down butt. Junpei, what on earth are you talking about? Oh, well, when I turned on these lights, I got these shadows on the canvas. They look like, well, like what I just said. A woman, something with a pointy tip, and an upside down butt. Yeah, it sounds like a rather sensual shadow play. Not really. I don't think I've ever seen that. That is kind of hilarious. But yes, turn on both of them. Oh god, that... I forgot about that sound that made me jump. Wait, when those two lights turned on, I heard something from the bottom of the fireplace. What was that? I heard something down there. So yes, turn on both of the lights, you get these. Clubs, diamonds, and hearts? What's that? Well, when I turn on these lights, they make these shadows on the canvas. And the shadows look like the three symbols, right? Yeah. Clubs, diamonds, and hearts. Starting from the left, we've got clubs, diamonds, and hearts. Remember those. Ooh, coin bag. There's a whole bunch of coins stuffed into this Velcro. There's a whole bunch of coins stuffed into this velour bag. Look at all these coins. Perhaps these coins will allow us to convince the machines to move. Bag's full of coins, and I think I know just the place to use them. Firewood. Nothing else. There's something on the counter. Looks like a card. A playing card. The Seven of Spades. The counter's pretty well polished. The chandeliers hang chandelier-like from the ceiling. What is... That hat makes you look like you got candeliers. No, take that back. You're a chandelier. Junpei, why do you talk to yourself so frequently? Ay, ay, ay. Hey, Junpei, I just found this on the shelf. A playing card? The Four of Spades. There's a whole lot of glasses on that shelf. Doesn't look like there's anything else back there, though. That's a lot of expensive glasses. Even cheap drinks that taste great out of glasses like these. And there's nothing else about them, though, unfortunately. Well, will you look at that? Someone left a bottle of booze here. Don't mind if I do. Ah. Oh, that hits the spot. Feels like my throat's burning. Damn, he really drank it. I don't even know how long it's been there. Yes, I actually drank something to make that sound effect. There's a bottle with some booze in it sitting on the counter. One more sip. I don't think so. I'm cutting you off, pal. 7 looks like he'd very much like to get acquainted with that bottle. 7, no. Bad 7. Damn it! This isn't exactly working out the way I expected. It's locked, isn't it? Is there a keyhole? If there is, I can't find it. Well, there must be some way to unlock it. Let's look around a little more, shall we? The exit is locked. There's a thick stone gate here. The lights shine with a bright yellow glow. It says 9. Yeah, it looks like that cover's hiding something. If this is the cover, then maybe it opens up. Probably does. Looks like this is meant to cover something up. There's a 9 engraved in the middle of it. It seems the card is attached to the panel, and attached very well, it seems. If you don't mind, what sort of card is this? It's a playing card. The Ace of Spades, in fact. The Ace of Spades is stuck. It's on there really good. I don't think I can get it off. Here's the card slot. Looks like we need to put a playing card in here. Alright, let's give it a shot. I obviously don't have the card I need. However, it's not working. So it would seem. I am shocked and appalled that guessing at random has not yielded better results. Yeah. I still wanted to fail to get that hilarious little piece of dialogue. Alright, let's put a coin from that bag in here. What happened? I heard an odd noise. Well, to be honest, I don't know. I pressed some of the buttons and smacked the machine once or twice, but nothing happened. Oh, looks like the coin got stuck. Oh dear. The coins are stuck in there, but good. This machine won't be working anymore. Ah, that's disappointing. Junpei, perhaps you should be more careful in the future. You got the coin stuck in the machine on the left. Please don't make the same mistake again. That would be bad. I know that. It'll be fine. Jerk. I'll put this coin in this slot and that'll show. Huh? That's weird. Do you intend to lock us in here? It's not my fault. The coin just got stuck on its own. Oh boy. Yep. There is only one machine that'll take the coins. Alright, let's drop this coin in the coin slot. Come on, you little bastards, I only need one of you. This one actually works. Now if you spin it, it should be fairly obvious what you need to do. Club, diamond, heart. Press the buttons in the correct order. 777. Yes! 777! And I think I heard something unlocking in there. Impressive, Junpei. It would appear to be unlocked now. There is something akin to a drawer in the bottom part of this machine, yes? There's a pickup drawer for dividend. Probably the lock for the drawer got unlocked. Please open it if you would. wonder what the deal is with the drawer. There's something inside. What is it? Is there something in there? Yeah, playing card. And this, a key with the Venus symbol on it. Excellent, Junpei. Now we will be able to open the gate. Then we just need to figure out how to get out of this room. Correct. Come on, Junpei, hurry up. And he's off. There was a playing card and a Venus key. Better put the key in my pocket for later. As for the card, the 2 of spades. There's nothing in the drawer. This is a slot machine. What an apt description. The reels show 777. The coin slot, I don't think I need to put coins in it anymore. And for some reason, we are now missing the coin bag. But yes, we basically have everything we need at the moment. Now we can actually do this. Yes, we know all the rules. So, it should be fairly obvious. We need to get a 9. So, in order to do that, put down a 2, a 3, and a 4. Alright, if I just put down these 3 cards, yes, open for me. Great, you did it, Junpei. You think it's telling us to take the 8 card? Come on, let's grab it. The 3 cards I put down are stuck to the table. They won't be going anywhere anytime soon. Alright, let's take this card. The 8 of spades. There's nothing in the glass case anymore. We've got the 8 card, don't need to hang around here anymore. So yes, there's quite literally nothing else we need to do. The 8 card is what we need to open that, and it should be obvious what we need to do next. And in you go. Hey, alright, it opened up. It seems we have another device to contend with, yes? There are 3 slots in this one. Yeah, but we also only have 3 cards. Let's see. 3 slots for cards, and there's a 9 right below them. So that probably means we gotta make 9 with 3 cards. Put these slots, right? Just like we did over at the Baccarat table. Alright, let's give it a shot. So, there's no strategy here. Just put in all of them. You only have 3 cards. These ultimately make 18. So the digital root is 9. Alright, so I put all the cards we had left in the slots. What happens now? Is that... Yes, I did hear something from the exit. Excellent work, Junpei. Wonderful. It seems the exit is unlocked. Let's go. The door is unlocked. Don't need to pull the cards out. Well, the 8 is in the slot. The ace of spades is stuck. It's on there real good. I don't think I can get it off. The cover's still open. If we try to go back... Junpei, where are you going? Isn't the exit unlocked now? The liquor! You're gonna drink that booze on the counter. Well, I'm not gonna let you beat me to it. For one, you're way too young to drink liquor. I turned 21 a while ago. God, just leave my medicine alone, alright? Junpei, we must leave before 7 goes insane. I think it's a little late for that. Junpei, if you really want this, you're gonna have to get through me first. You can't even guess at my true strength. If you don't want to die here, turn around. Would you, like me to leave you 2 alone together? You should know this, Junpei. I got my nickname of 7 after I took 7 guys at once and sent them all to the hospital. I'm a legend. Wait, didn't you have amnesia? Huh. We ought to get out of here before 7 loses it completely. I'm sorry, that's just funny. That's something most players probably will not see because they'll immediately go to get out of the room. Alright, let's go. You found it. Junpei and his companions ran out of the casino and into a large open room. A room, in fact, that they had been in once before. There was little to surprise them here. They already knew what their next step had to be.
This way!
The iron gate stood... The iron gate still stood in place, locked tight, blocking the stairway, and right in the center of it...
The keyhole with the Venus symbol. The Venus key should work here.
Wasting no time, he pulled it out and shoved it into the keyhole. He turned it. With the distinctive sound of metal on metal, he felt the lock click open.
It sounds like it did. All right, let's get this thing open.
No problem. Let me help with this one.
Junpei grabbed the handle on the left side, and Seven took the handle on the right. On Junpei's signal, they both pushed, and the gate creaked open.
It sounds as though you have opened it. We should be able to reach C deck now, I imagine.
Snake, are you gonna be all right? I mean, the stairs.
Please, do not do yourself the embarrassment of underestimating me. I would be unlikely to trip even if I were running backwards.
Good to hear. Let's move.
All right, Mr. Cocky. At Seven's words, they leapt onto the stairs and jogged quickly down them. In no time at all, they found themselves on C deck.
Everything looks okay here.
We should check the next deck down, just in case.
When he reached the water, he called back up to Snake and Seven.
Just what I thought. D-deck is completely underwater.
Just like the bottom of the central staircase.
The surface of the water below them was flat, like a mirror.
I'm just glad the water level hasn't changed much.
Back to the C deck then.
Now, how about we check out what's here?
They began searching around and taking stock of what was on C deck.
There are 2 elevators over there, which means it's probably the same upstairs.
There's a card reader between them. And another weird mark.
Hey, check it out. It's the symbol for Lotus.
Oh god, this joke will probably work much better with Lotus not around.
What?
See? It's got the woman symbol, and then it's got the devil horns, right?
Yeah, I see it. No two ways about it. That was a pretty good one, kid.
Seven tussled on Junpei's hair in what he likely thought to be a friendly manner. Junpei feared his neck might break, even though it was clear Seven had kept his strength in check.
Oh, would you watch it, man? Whew, that hurts. You're gonna break my neck.
What are you talking about? The human body ain't that weak. Maybe this'll toughen you up, huh?
If we were looking for a devil, we've got one right here.
Clearly. Thankfully, Snake interrupted. After Junpei's observation, he'd gone over to examine the card reader.
This is a Mercury symbol. The marks you mistook for horns are a stylized version of the wings and staff of Hermes.
Wings and a staff. Huh. So then, she beats you with the staff until you die and go to heaven.
Well, considering door 2 is down there, and we know that just leads to the submarine ending. Yeah, that seems appropriate.
Sounds like Lotus, all right.
Okay.
Seven shook Junpei's head even more vigorously, and the younger man began to feel as though his brain had been jostled around about inside of his skull.
7! Oh, that's too much! Oh, my head!
Junpei's stomach began churning uncomfortably.
Oh, I think I'm gonna puke.
Unless we can activate this device, I doubt the elevator will function.
In other words, we gotta find a key card with a Mercury symbol on it.
So I would assume.
Let's forget the elevators for right now. How about that hallway to the left?
Whoa, there's a bunch of doors.
There were a great many doors lining both sides of the hallway. They seemed to stretch on forever, and all 3 men suddenly felt very small.
Ah, shit. We're not gonna have enough time to check all these, are we?
Probably not.
Maybe we can come back here later. We should check out the other side. Let's head back.
To the right of the stairs, another hallway stretched out, reaching deep into the bowels of the ship.
To the right this time.
After a few moments of moving briskly down the hallway, they emerged into an area roughly the same size and shape as the one on the top of the stairs. On the left side of the room were 4 French doors.
There are doors here too. Well, I guess it's just 4 this time.
Let's open them up, starting with the closest one there.
Okay, I'm on it.
Junpei nodded and grabbed the one closest to him. gave it a small tug and felt it move.
Huh, it isn't locked. I'm going to open it.
Thrilled to have found another unlocked door, he threw it open. Junpei didn't know what to make of what he saw.
What?
He simply stood, unable to speak. Seven's eyes opened wide and his mouth gaped. After a few long moments, Seven at last managed to speak.
Hey, what is this place? It's so huge and empty.
A massive room stretched out in front of them, more a cavern than a room. Its vastness was oppressive, and it bore down on Seven and Junpei. It was not empty, however. The entire room was filled with lines upon lines of beds. They were simple things, little more than pipe and thin mattresses.
Oh, there are beds everywhere.
Is this a hospital? The harsh scent in the air is reminiscent of antiseptic solution.
I think so. There are shelves in the center of the room with medicine and surgical tools.
Hey, look there. The 4 doors at the end.
3 of them were emblazoned with large single-digit numbers made with thick red paint.
The left door says 3. The second door is blank, but the third has a 7. And the rightmost door is 8. There's no doubt. They're numbered doors.
Hey, why is that door between 3 and 7 blank? Does that mean anything?
No point worrying about it right now. Let's see if these will open first.
Yeah, good idea.
The 3 of them threaded their way through the beds toward the back of the room. Upon reaching them, they proceed to investigate each door in turn, but to no avail.
Yep, locked. Just like I thought.
Naturally. After all, there are rules to the nonary game, and to allow these doors to open easily would violate those rules. Unless we can authenticate ourselves with the red, the numbered doors will...
Whoa, check this out.
Suddenly, Seven spoke up, interrupting Snake.
Look at the red. There's nothing on it.
Huh?
Don't you remember the red back at the main staircase? If there wasn't anyone in it, it said vacant on the little screen, remember?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're right.
But this one...
There's nothing.
Right? You think it's broken?
Only one way to find out.
Pale Snake Hand.
No, nothing.
Junpei and the others put their hands on the panel, but nothing happened. The red refused to change. But the future refused to change. They tried pulling the lever, and still nothing. As they soon discovered, it wasn't only the red on door 8 that seemed to be malfunctioning.
How about the red on door 7? And door 3?
I didn't think all of them would be malfunctioning.
What does it mean?
They've got to be broken. Man, that bastard. I didn't think Zero was the kind of guy who'd screw around with something like this.
Whoa. Zero's been prepared for everything so far, and you're saying he's gonna make a mistake now?
Well, that's the only thing I can think of. This thing ain't working at all.
While Junpei and Seven talked, Snake busied himself with examining the red. After a time, he lowered his hands and spoke.
It seems as if some of the internal hardware has been removed.
Internal hardware?
That is what I said. Take a look at the underside of this red, if you please.
The bottom?
Junpei obliged and bent over to look at the underside of the device.
Huh, there's a thin slot here. I think it's a slot for something. Probably electronic.
The other 2 reds are the same. Something's been removed from all 3 of them.
I get it. So the reds aren't working because somebody pulled out their guts.
So I assume.
But why? And who? I mean, it really doesn't make sense.
I have no idea. Why on earth would I know something like that?
Just then, they heard the sound of a door opening.
Oh, what now?
The 3 of them turned and saw Akane. Oh no, Junpei thought, it's...
June!
She stopped short, surprised to see them, and was very nearly bowled over by the rest of her companions, who were coming through the door behind her.
Ace! Santa! Clover! And Lotus!
Guess everyone's here.
Junpei and Seven were, for the moment, at a loss for words.
What are you guys doing?
Why are you...
That's my line?
Perhaps we should exchange information.
And from here, it basically is the same general scene. It's basically this, just leading to this same little setup. If there is anything new, I will edit it in, but for now, I'll meet you to the next little story segment, because we've still got 2 escape rooms to do in this one video. Oh, this is going to be a long recording session.
Well, this isn't good. If the red is in...
What about that big hallway? Maybe there's somewhere in there we might be...
No, there's nothing there. The 5 of us had a quick look. There are plenty more hospital rooms, but nothing else.
You mean all those doors are for hospital rooms?
Yes. There are a number of individual rooms in addition to this large one.
There was a door at the end of the hallway, but it was locked.
It had one of those solar system mark things on it.
It was the Jupiter symbol.
Jupiter.
I wonder what it means.
Confusion seemed to be the consensus.
While we're asking what things mean, what's the deal with this room? I mean, I thought this was a cruise ship, but I can't imagine a cruise ship would have a hospital like this.
No one, not even Snake, appeared ready to offer an answer until Seven unexpectedly spoke up.
Well, I figure it's probably a hospital ship.
Huh, so just a little bit of alternate dialogue. The 5 of them found the Jupiter door and the, like, big swath of hospital rooms. But nothing important.
Let's get going. We gotta find the missing parts for the Reds.
What do you mean, find? How on earth do you propose we do that?
We've looked everywhere in this room, but we haven't found anything.
Right.
That only leaves one place to look.
One?
Well, not just one.
Huh?
Wait. Don't tell me you mean we need to search all of the other rooms.
Well, you already checked some of them out before you came here, right?
We each checked a single room, so 5 rooms in total.
All right then. That's 5 rooms we don't have to search. We just have to split up the rest between the 8 of us. If each of us can do 6 rooms apiece, we'll have the other 48 rooms cleared in no time.
There are 48 other rooms?
Lois did not seem excited by the prospect. Seven fidgeted nervously before responding.
Maybe?
Huh. Interesting. I think those are the exact same lines that were in part... Huh. When I noticed the last time we were at this scene and how some of the lines didn't match the text, I think those were the voice-acted lines here. So maybe they accidentally got swapped. Or at least the ones for here got put over there. That's an odd detail. Oh well. So, we're back here to the choices between doors 3, 7, and 8. Obviously, we know door 3 is not a good decision. So, let's choose for one of the other 2. Let's go with door 7.
I think... I'm gonna go with door 7.
Okay, 7 it is.
Yeah.
Alright then. That means June's gotta go through 8.
What? Why?
What?
Santa grimaced and muttered angrily to himself, but finally began to explain.
If the 6 of us are gonna keep going without leaving anyone behind, there are only 3 ways we can do it.
Plan A.
Have 3, 5, and 8 go through 7, and 4, 6, and 7 go through 8.
Plan B.
4, 5, and 7 go through 7, and 3, 6, and 8 go through 8.
Plan C.
Or 3, 6, and 7 go through 7, and 4, 5, and 8 get 8. There are no other combinations. In other words, 3 and 4 and 7 and 8 can never go through the same doors. You get it now?
As Santa finished, June looked over at Junpei, tears welling up at the corner of her eyes.
Oh no! You're saying we aren't gonna see each other again for a long time.
Junpei felt just as June did. He wanted to be at her side through whatever trials they were preparing to face. But he knew if they were to survive, he had to swallow his feelings. In order for the 6 of them to move forward, he and June had to be separated. He looked at June. He was scared to lose her, but he swallowed, steeled his resolve, and did his best to smile.
Hey, come on. You're making it sound like we're never gonna see each other again. We gotta split up, but only for a while. This is just like when we went into the 4 and 5 doors, remember? We got split up then too, but we all met back up. I'll bet 7 and 8 are just like that.
You mean they're connected somewhere?
Probably.
Yeah, probably.
Probably.
She didn't sound very hopeful. It was 7 that interjected.
I'm sure they're gonna connect somewhere.
Why? What makes you think so?
If they don't, then neither team can get through door 9. In other words, the game would end right here. Zero's been on top of his shit so far. I don't think he'd blow it now. I'm damn sure that son of a bitch wants to have his fun as long as possible. He's not gonna end this game until we get through the 9 door.
June said nothing. The tears were gone, but her eyes were still sad as they looked at Junpei. He met them and what reassurance he could manage, laid his hand gently on her shoulder.
Everything's gonna be fine. We're gonna see each other again. I promise.
June bit her lip and gave him an almost imperceptible nod.
Yes. Promise?
Her voice was barely above a whisper. Santa's voice shattered the moment.
You guys are done, right?
He stretched and continued.
Anyway, that's pretty much it. Clover and I will both go into separate groups. I figure I'll take 8 and Clover can take 7. Any problems with that, Clover?
Clover looked away and was silent for a moment.
Whatever.
It was more of a dismissal than an agreement, but Santa didn't seem to care.
All right, we're ready to go then. Let's move.
At Santa's command, the group split and headed for their respective doors. Clover, 7, and Junpei walked towards door 7. Santa, Lotus, and June headed for door 8. For a long moment, they stood in front of the door. 7 took a deep breath.
You guys ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Let's go.
It's open.
A narrow hallway stretched out before them. 7 and Clover leapt through the door.
Let's do this!
Hurry!
The moment they did, their bracelets beeped. The detonators in the bracelets had been activated. Junpei stepped forward to follow them. But as he was about to step over the threshold, he stopped. He looked to his right, toward door 8. June stood there, a mirror image of Junpei. She turned and looked toward him. Their eyes met. They nodded.
June.
Jumpy.
Their farewell took almost 1.5 seconds.
What the hell are you doing, Junpei?
Then someone took hold of Junpei's arms and hauled him bodily through the door. He heard the sound of the numbered door slam shut behind him. His bracelet gave him a cold electronic beep.
Only 81 seconds left! No time to waste, guys! Let's get moving!
7 led the way down the hallway. Junpei and Clover followed him as fast as they could. After what seemed like far more than 81 seconds, they reached the end of the hall.
Look! The door on the left! I can see the dead!
There was no time to rest or catch their breath. All 3 slammed their hands in quick succession over the scanner panel of the dead.
Okay.
Still trying to catch his breath, Seven leaned heavily against the wall.
It stopped. It stopped.
His smile seemed forced and a little crooked.
This is the second time we've gone through one of these numbered doors, but whew, you never really get used to it.
Yeah, it's technically the second time. He stood up straight, no longer out of breath, and wiped some of the sweat from his head and neck. Clover smirked at him.
I would have thought a guy your size would have bigger balls than that.
What? What the hell did you just say? Say it again! I dare you!
You have no...
You little... You wanna die?
I'd like to see you try.
You fucking brat. All right, let's go!
Oh my god. Seven versus Clover. That's a real fucking, like... That's the pay-per-view match. Those two would beat the shit out of each other.
Hey, calm down, guys. This isn't the time for this.
For some reason, I'm betting that Clover would win.
It's not gonna do us any good.
Junpei sighed. Sometimes he wondered if the doors and the puzzles were really the greatest challenge they faced.
Wait here for a minute, alright? I'm gonna go see if there are any other doors.
They didn't respond, but Junpei wasn't in the mood for a conversation anyway.
We just came through this door. And of course it's shut tight.
There's a short hallway on the left here. And an iron wall. I doubt I can get through it.
At last, he gave up and returned to Seven, who was tapping lightly on the wooden door.
This door's the only option we've got, right?
Yeah, looks like it.
Hey, something's written on the door. On that iron plate.
It says operating room. If this thing's telling the truth, there could be body parts inside here.
Well, this is probably not going to be pleasant.
Probably. Something about it made Junpei feel... nervous.
Well, there's no point to standing around. Might as well go in and see what's waiting for us.
Seven grabbed the brass knob and slowly opened the door. The creak of the hinge sounded like the groan of an old woman. That's a very specific description.
What's wrong?
No, it's nothing.
A chill snaked its way down Junpei's spine.
Let's just go.
Quickly, he gathered what courage he could and took the first step into the room. Seven followed, with Clover right behind him.
Huh?
Part of the room just past the door was obscured by a screen.
What the hell is this?
Why don't we take a look?
Hey, Clover!
Clover's curiosity got the better of her, and she darted past Junpei to peer around the screen. Her scream nearly blew out Junpei's eardrums.
What?
Clover!
He and Seven ran toward Clover to see what had frightened her.
Hey, what's wrong?
They rounded the screen, and the cause of her outburst was immediately clear.
What the hell is this?
Looks like a mannequin.
Is this a corpse?
It was something that looked kind of like a human, lying across some sort of bed. No, not a bed. An operating table. The table sat on a rusty steel lift, and a cluster of bright operating lights shone down on it from the ceiling.
We should probably take a closer look.
Yeah.
Slowly they approached. As they got closer to the body, it became clear that it wasn't a body at all.
This is...
What the hell? That's just a huge doll or something.
A doll?
Clover did not look terribly comforted. Slowly, she approached the operating table and looked as intently as possible, from as far away as possible, at the thing. Junpei could see her relax.
You're right. It's only a doll. Man, it really scared me.
She heaved a great sigh of relief and wiped a few drops of sweat from her forehead. Seven smirked.
Well, I guess it would have been weird if you actually had any balls.
Shut it! Don't you start with me, fatty.
Oh, what's this? You want a piece of me, short stuff?
Oh my god, can you two not fight for 2 seconds?
Yeah, bring it on, you whale!
Hey, guys, not again, okay? Seriously, knock it off.
God, Seven, you're, what, 45? You're acting like a child.
Jeez. Anyway, it looks like he's got something the two of you could stand to have a little more of. I'm talking about a heart.
Huh? Oh, this? You mean on his chest?
Yeah.
Yeah, where else? It was set a little higher than normal for a human body, but from the shape of the organ, there could be no doubt that it was a heart.
Why would there be a heart in a doll?
Why not?
I don't think it's a doll.
You think maybe it's like a medical mannequin or something?
Or maybe it's got more personal uses?
7... No. 7's grin was more than a little perverted. Clover glared at him.
Anyway, how about we take a look around this place? Let's go.
Okay.
Sure thing.
Seek a way out. Welcome to the operating room. The name of the music track playing is... I apologize if I butchered this pronunciation. Septenary Game. As in Septenary. So, oddly enough, it basically means 7. Kind of weird place to play it, but whatever. It's also the same track that played in the shower room. And it is great. Hey, I wonder what this thing is. It says KG on the display. You think maybe it's a scale? Huh? There's some sort of lid on this thing. Why don't you try opening it? Can't. There's no handle. I can't get under it with my nails either. There's something that looks like it could be a scale next to the operating table. And there's something that looks like a lid on the front of it. An operating table. Do you think old operating tables looked like this? I have no idea. The medical mannequin is lying on top of it. These dolls are really kind of creepy, you know? Hey, it says something here. John? You think that's this doll's name? Maybe? This thing is creepy. I wonder why it's on the bed. A creepy medical mannequin is lying on the bed. Apparently his name is John. John is just lying there. A white cloth. They use these for surgery, right? Let's see, syringes, cups, a plate. There's a sort of scissorish thingy. There are a bunch of surgical tools on the table. One of them looks kind of like a pair of scissors. Are those scissors? They look kind of funny. No, that's probably a pair of kosher forceps. Surgeons use them during operations. They can hold blood vessels shut and keep tissue out of the way. We can use it to pull stuff out of small holes or something like that. Kosher forceps. They can fit into small holes and stuff. Bunch of surgical tools. Oh, hi. This bed doesn't look very comfortable. An old hard bed. There's some kind of device attached to the bed. It says KG on the panel. Is this a scale? Something that appears to be a scale attached to the bed. Another medical mannequin? From the looks of it, this one's a chick. She has a name too. Lucy. Poor thing. Looks like Miss Lucy only has a head and a left arm. Maybe we're supposed to gather all her parts. Lucy's head and left arm are sitting on the bed. Maybe something will happen if we gather all of her body parts. There's a pipe going outside. Hey, I know! Let's go through that pipe and escape! Are you nuts? What the hell is wrong with you? Junpei, are you flexible like an octopus or something? There's a pipe going outside. Since we're not octopi, we can't go through that. Oy. What's this thing? It's got these short iron legs. Maybe it's a heater? There's nothing inside it. Looks like it's probably a heater, there's nothing in it. Maybe you're supposed to heat something like that gauze to kill the bacteria. There's a boiling thingy over there. There's nothing on the lid or in the drawers. A thing for boiling tools to sterilize them. There's nothing in the drawer. Well, this is odd. A fake chest. Ew, that's gross. This is the chest. It's a woman's chest. The heart's gone, but it's pretty hot. If that kind of thing turns you on, Seven, you're a real creepo. Yeah, Seven, I don't mean to shame you, but dude, it's just a chest with nothing connected to it. Like, seriously, why? The chest of a medical mannequin. There's a hole in the left side of the chest. Like, no head, no arms, nothing at all. There's a lot of different kinds of medication. It's hard to tell them apart. Whole bunch of bottles on the shelves. They all look like medicine. They've got labels, but they're all really big medical words I don't understand. That's a lot of medicine. I wonder if one of these is a laxative. Yeah, it sounds kind of gross, but I'm pretty sure every one of us had the same idea. If we had some laxatives, maybe we could crap out the bomb Zero put in us. Unfortunately, damn it, I don't know what medicine does what here. The shelves are packed with bottles of medicine I can't identify. The drawer is empty. Yep, nothing there. There's nothing on the lower shelf. That's a lot of surgery stuff. There are some scalpels, a few pair of forceps, and a couple of syringes. All of it's too rusty to be useful, though. Hey, there's a scalpel here that looks new. Most of these tools are too rusty to be worth anything, but it looks like there's a scalpel that might still be useful. Or usable. A scalpel that's not rusty. Seems like it was put here for a reason, huh? You think it's telling us to cut something? Yeah, I do. That's a scalpel. You probably cut something soft with it. That's a scalpel. What about Seven? He looks more like a scalper. You guys are jerks. He does, kind of. Maybe it's just the beanie. A sharp scalpel. I could probably cut things with this, just not anything that's too rough. Or too tough, I'm sorry. Just a wooden partition. Nothing special about it. Simple wooden partition. It separates the hallway from the operating room. Oh, you can't click the actual table. Okay. The table that the mannequin is sitting on. A partition. Nothing suspicious about it. Fake organ. So we took the organ thingy out of the chest thingy. It's a lung, not an organ thingy. Huh? This part here, on the back, it's all rubbery. You're right. So, it's a fake organ. Of course it'd be... Wait, what's Seven grabbing it for? Hey, looks like there's something in here. You think we can cut through the rubber part? The organ we took out of the chest. Part of the back of it is a little rubbery. Feels like there's something inside it. If we can cut the thing open, we should be able to get whatever's in there. Something is... Let me just examine this since I had no chance to do so. The chest of the medical mannequin. One of the organs is missing. The organ is... Organ? Really, Clover? I expected more from you. Oh, like you could do better? Puns. The chest of the medical mannequin. Part of one of the organs is missing. The organ is... If you pull out the lung on the right, there's still more stuff in there. Man, you're kind of slow, aren't you? You say something? How? Seven? Really? How did you not get the setup for the joke? One of the organs is missing. Alright. I'm gonna have to come back and record stuff from this escape room later, so I can always come back and see what dialogue I missed. Looks like it's locked. Guess we're gonna need a key for this one. Door's locked tight. Wonder if there's a key around here somewhere. Junpei, where are you going? That's the door we came through. The only thing out there is the numbered door. I'm pretty sure I don't need to tell you that the numbered door is a one-way deal. So, you're saying there's no point to going back there, huh? And they're nodding. Awesome. The entrance to the operating room isn't locked, but there's no reason to go back. I need to figure out how we're gonna get out of here. It's locked. We could probably find the key if we just look around some more. Let's look somewhere else. The door's locked tight. We aren't getting in without a key. Luckily, we should have it. Let's try cutting this organ with a scalpel. There's a key in this organ. Found a key in an internal organ. Key we found in one of the mannequin's internal organs. Cool, it's unlocked. Huh, I'm surprised I can't collect those. There's a light bulb illuminating the room. A cabinet with a drawer in it. Let's see if... Huh, a piece of paper. What's this? Is this some kind of medical record? There's a medical record in the drawer. New material has been added to the file screen. There's nothing left in the drawer. A medical record found in the preparation room. It has records for the two mannequins. There's a male mannequin named John and a female named Lucy. The record shows each mannequin's total weight and the weight of their individual parts. So yes, this will be important. Of course, the solution is actually rather simple. What the hell are you doing? Don't you want to get out of here? I'm tired. 7, don't complain. You tried to relax on the couch in the first class cabin. There's a long chair in the corner of the room. What's this? A light switch? Doesn't seem to be working. Looks like a light switch, but it ain't working. It's locked. It won't even budge. Do you think this is the exit? There's a symbol engraved over the keyhole. Hey, this is a Jupiter symbol. Hey, wasn't this Jupiter symbol engraved by the keyhole on the other door? Other door? The door at the end of the hallway with all those rooms. You think maybe this door and that door use the same key? Maybe? Do I get unique dialogue if I click it with the organ key? It won't open with the key I've got. Okay. So, nothing. I found a beaker. It's an empty beaker. Beep, beep. There are 4 different lights, each one with a different color. White, red, blue, and purple. Does this react to something and then the light light up? Oh, look at all that. There's a ray of light going through the beaker, and it's hitting the thing on the right. The white light on the top is glowing. Yeah, but the red, blue, and purple ones still aren't lit. Only the white light on the top is lit. The red, blue, and purple ones are still dark. It won't open. Looks like it's locked. There's a red plate on... Do you think that means something? Locker with a red plate on it. It's locked and it won't open. Damn. It's not opening. Locked, of course. The blue plate on here seems a little suspicious, though. Locker with a blue plate on it. It's locked and it won't open. Damn. It's not opening. Won't even budge. It's got this purple plate on it, too. A locker with a purple plate on it. It's locked. A sink. Doctors and nurses probably wash their hands here before an operation. Nothing suspicious here. A sink. Doesn't look suspicious. Huh. I'm surprised. I would almost figure there was alternate dialogue there, but apparently not. Awesome! It's unlocked! It says chemical room. Oh, this is fun. Something stinks. Is it coming from this bottle? It says NH3. Well, that of course stinks. It's ammonia. There's a bottle of ammonia on the shelf. It says NH3 on the label. NH3. N is nitrogen and H is hydrogen. So in other words, ammonia is made of 1 nitrogen atom and 3 hydrogen atoms. Bottle of ammonia on the shelf. Ammonia is composed of 1 nitrogen atom and 3 hydrogen atoms. Well, I hope you're writing things down, because this information will be important. Hey, Junpei! There's, oh... God, I have to pronounce that. There's There's dihydrogen monoxide on the shelf. Why don't you just say water? There's a bottle of water on the shelf. The label says H2O. H2O. H must be high, and O probably stands for orphans. So H2O must be made of 2 hot orphans. 7. Is your head okay? The bottle of water on the shelf, the water molecule is made up of 2 hydrogen atoms and 1 oxygen atom. 7. What are you talking about? Also, I don't know. That statement is just really, really weird. What's this? I mean, 7, you're probably my favorite, or at least one of my favorites among this cast, but you're still really a real weirdo. Looks like a can with a spray nozzle. It says CO2, so it's a can filled with carbon dioxide. There's a canister of carbon dioxide on the shelf. The label says CO2. CO2. C is for carbon and O is for oxygen. So carbon dioxide is made up of 1 carbon atom and 2 oxygen atoms. 1 carbon atom and 2 oxygen atoms. Oh god. My voice hurts. Junpei, there's a bottle of iron powder on the shelf. How do you know it's iron? The label says Fe. Fe stands for iron, right? There's a bottle of iron powder on the shelf. It says Fe on the bottle. Iron is Fe. It's a molecule with only 1 atom. Iron is Fe. Even with only 1 atom, it's still a molecule. Hey, Junpei, you think there are any slugs on this ship? Huh? Well, if there are, I was thinking we could put salt on them. What's she pointing at? The label says NaCl. Salt, huh? Do you think 7 will show up if we put it on him? Hey, say something. There's a bottle of salt on the shelf. The label says NaCl. I guess that could also be an I, but I'm assuming an L. NaCl. Na is sodium and Cl is chloride. So salt is made up of 1 sodium atom and 1 chloride atom. Bottle of salt on the shelf. Salt is made of 1 sodium atom and 1 chloride atom. Oh, good stuff. Let's go for a drink. What are you talking about? I'm talking about that bottle. It says C2H5OH. Right. It's ethanol. That's right. It's also known as ethyl alcohol. It's pretty much what booze is made of. So, you're gonna drink it? Nah, I won't. It might say that's what it is on the label, but there could be anything in there. There's a bottle of ethanol on the shelf. The label says C2H5OH. C2H5OH. C is carbon, H is hydrogen, and O is oxygen. So basically, ethanol is made of 2 carbon atoms, 6 hydrogen atoms, and 1 oxygen atom. Bottle of ethanol on the shelf. Ethanol is made of 2 C's, 6 H's, and 1 O. Okay. A rectangular table. I wonder, did people mix medicine on this thing? Rectangular table in the center of the room. So, yes, I hope you got all of that information down. This thing won't open. Is it locked? You probably need to put in a passcode. I mean, geez, they even got a keypad on there. How much more obvious can you get? I can only enter 3 numbers. E's for enter and C is for clear. Once you input the numbers, press E. If you mess up, press C. Let's give it a shot. Before we do that, there's a note on the top of the table. Iron equals 1, salt equals 2, water equals 3, carbon dioxide equals question mark, ammonia equals question mark, ethanol equals question mark. What do you think this is a hint for? Maybe it's got something to do with this box? So yes. Well, look at the first line. Maybe question mark represents a number. So yes, if you've been paying attention, we have to enter specific numbers corresponding to these that we were just told about. It should be fairly obvious what the answer is if you've been paying attention. But if not, keep asking them for hints. I wonder what numbers go after carbon dioxide, ammonia, and ethanol. This box is locked. Looks like you have to enter a passcode on the key, but you can only enter 3 numbers. Let's give it a shot. So yes, it is basically the number of atoms used to make them. As such, the solution is 3, 4, and 9. Oh, look at that. That's fun. There's something in the box. A fake right arm. It's the right arm of the body. It's kind of creepy. The right arm of a medical mannequin. Let's pick up these bottles before we do that. Blue liquid. It looks like there's something inside that bottle. Why don't you try pouring some out into the cap? Can't see any reason why not. What's that? It's bright blue. Do you think it's alien blood? Where the hell did that come from? Then what do you think it is, 7? I don't know. Some sort of special bath soap? What a boring guess. A bottle with blue liquid in it. Red liquid. It looks like there's something inside that bottle. Why don't you try pouring some out into the cap? Can't see any reason why not. What's that? It's bright red. Do you think it's blood? No, blood's thicker than that. Then what is it? Beats me. Wow, you didn't even try to come up with an alternative. It's a bottle full of red liquid. There's something in the box. Numeric input device. Don't need to use it anymore. Hint on it. Don't need you anymore. Wow, way to be smug. Fake heart. A heart. This thing is super creepy. This ain't good for the heart. Are you proud of yourself, 7, for that joke? The heart of a medical mannequin. An empty box. There's nothing left inside. So, there's nothing else here.
You think we should go back?
Yeah, I think that's probably best.
Clover nodded and left. Junpei was about to follow her when he realized that 7 wasn't following suit.
Hmm?
Hey, 7, what's up?
Oh, well...
He looked up at Junpei distractedly and then back down at the brown bottle he held cupped in his large hands.
Is that a medicine bottle?
I got curious about it. Here.
In response, 7 tossed the bottle gently to Junpei. He caught it and twisted around to read the label.
Ethylene diamine tartrate?
Yeah, that's right. It's EDT.
What kind of medicine is that?
It's not medicine. I think it's an industrial strength detergent.
Why would they have something like that here?
Well, probably to clean stuff up.
Clean what up?
Fuck if I know. Still, it looks like it's cleaned my brain up.
Junpei looked up from the bottle.
You remember something?
Yeah.
7 nodded slowly and spoke.
Well, I remember a story about EDT. Happened about 50 years ago. There was this factory somewhere in America making big old EDT crystals. They were making it to sell as an industrial strength cleaner, like I told you before. But a year after the factory started up, something strange started happening with the crystals they were building. Water molecules started attaching themselves to the EDT crystals. This made them into a sort of mutation of the original crystals, called a hydrate. Once the crystals turn into a hydrate, though, it's useless as a cleaner. The factory had to just dump the crystals. As a hydrate, they were useless. But it didn't end there. After that day, the same thing started happening in EDT factories everywhere, even ones nowhere near that first American factory. They'd been making crystals the same way, with the same materials and the same equipment and environment. But now, all of a sudden, every single crystal they formed turned into a hydrate. In fact, ever since that day, no factory anywhere has been able to make a pure EDT crystal. Even in EDT research done years before, they'd never gotten a hydrate. But after it happened at the first factory, it just spread. It was like... man, how do you say it?
You mean like it was infected with a virus or something?
Seven shook his head.
No, not like that. It spread like wildfire. It showed up in labs that were completely isolated from the rest of the world. It even started happening to crystals that were completely sealed up. It doesn't seem like it could have been a result of this stuff coming in contact with other samples.
Then...
well, I guess it was some sort of information. Like, the crystals were transmitting this information all across the world somehow.
What information?
How to make a new crystal. Someone had to tell this stuff how to do it, right? Like he just whispered to the EDT in the tank, hey, if you do this, you can take in water molecules.
Come on, man, that's just... I mean, who is this someone anyway?
Someone you can't see. Someone who exists all over the world.
You mean... like a god?
Or maybe the devil.
Seven grinned, as Junpei was trying to figure out what on earth he was going to say next. Clover's shrill voice pierced the room.
Hey! What are you two doing over there?
Being conspiracy theorists.
Stop wasting time and get over here!
Okay, we're coming.
Jeez!
Seven looked at Junpei.
Yeah, so anyway, that's the story. It might be useful someday. Don't forget it.
With that cryptic remark, he turned and left the room. Junpei was left behind to ponder what he'd just heard.
Information being transmitted invisibly. Could such a thing really happen?
Well, thinking about that crap isn't going to help me right now. We need to figure out how the hell to get out of here first.
He took a deep breath, tried to clear his mind, and followed after Seven. Well, that was fun. Surely that information won't be useful. What will be useful is to go over to the preparation room. It should be fairly obvious what we have to do. A beaker with red liquid in it. Hey, it turned red! Forget about that. Didn't you hear that just now? A beaker with red liquid in it, it makes the light that passes through it red. The red light is on. Put the blue liquid in. A beaker with blue liquid in it. Hey, the blue light turned on. And I heard a noise. It sounded like something unlocking. A beaker with blue liquid in it makes the light that passes through it blue. The blue light is on. And now, of course, mix in the red liquid. I get it. You combine the red liquid and the blue liquid to make a purple one. The purple light turned on. Right when it did, I heard a noise. What do you think it was? That noise came from somewhere close by. Something in this room must have changed. Alright, let's go take a look. With purple liquid in it, the light passing through it is making it shine. The purple light is on. Oh! Yay! A leg! Fake right leg. The right foot of the medical mannequin. I guess it's a woman's foot, but damn, doesn't look hot at all. Have you got a thing for feet, Seven? No, that's crazy. You're sure acting kinda shady. The right foot of a medical mannequin. What is it with this room and all these jokes? Fake left leg. This is the left foot of the mannequin. Do you think I'm better? What? Do you think my legs are skinnier? The left foot of a medical mannequin. Again, what is with all these jokes? A fake stomach. This is a really big nose. That's no nose. It's a stomach. Oh, a stomach. Hey, that ain't a drum, kid. The stomach of a medical mannequin. Well. There's really nothing else for us to do except head over to Lucy. An old hard bed. Okay, so we've collected the 6 parts of the medical mannequin. So the ones we've got must be for Lucy, right? Yeah. Seems like it. Well, I say we give Lucy her parts back. Any objections? Nope. Agreed. Alright, let's get started. Combine! I like to imagine he threw his arms up when he did that. Hey, nothing happened. That's odd. Maybe it's the wrong weight? Weight? Yeah, well, you know how there's a scale on the side of the bed. Maybe we need to get the scale to a specific number. How are we gonna do that? I think we're supposed to swap her body parts with John's. Oh, let's give it a shot. Operating instructions. The screen will display 2 medical mannequins. You can switch their body parts by selecting the part you want to switch out. So yes, the medical chart is meant to help you discern what you need to do. Basically, you just need to do some math to determine what body parts you should swap to get the correct weight, as well as what the correct weight even is for them. However, all you need to do is actually just swap every part except the heart. It's actually remarkably simple. Hey Junpei, I just heard something. It came from John's operating table. We better check it out. Lucy's lying quietly on the bed. Scale. The display now shows 53.2 kg. Hey Junpei, look at the scale. John can't talk. There's something suspicious about the scale. Huh? The lid on the scale. Hey, it opened. Oh, I get it. It must have opened because we matched John's weight to what's on the chart. Hey! The symbol engraved in that key. Isn't that the Jupiter symbol? That means a key with the Jupiter symbol on it. I'm pretty sure I've seen this symbol before. There's nothing left on the scale. Do you think John is still John, even if parts of his body are switched? What the hell are you talking about? Oh, nothing. Don't worry about it. John looks like he might know the answer, but he's not telling. Goodbye, John. See you around. Lucy's lying quietly on the bed. Okay. I mean, I think that's still John.
Hey, hold on.
Junpei stops, about to put the key into the doorknob.
Oh, what's up?
Where's Clover?
Huh?
Junpei turned around. Clover was nowhere to be seen.
Oh, god damn it. Where the hell did she go? Okay, just hold on a minute. I'll go get her.
Sure thing.
Junpei left Seven at the door and headed back to the operating room. He found her standing next to the operating table. She was staring at the mannequin.
Hey, Clover, what's wrong? Come on, let's get out of here.
She didn't respond. If she hadn't been standing up and breathing, Junpei might have thought she was dead.
What are you doing? Did you want to come back here and say goodbye to John?
It wasn't the best joke, but it was something, an attempt to lighten the mood. Clover didn't laugh. She stood stock still and said nothing.
Hey, Clover, can you hear me?
Perhaps it was something he'd said, or perhaps it was something else. Suddenly, her mouth opened and she whispered in a dry, dead voice.
My brother might be dead.
Huh?
That's why we couldn't find him. If he's dead, I'm going to be next.
Suddenly, the operating room felt very, very cold.
What are you talking about? What's wrong with you?
He gave her a small shake, but she still didn't respond. The silence grew heavier.
Let's just get out of here. We've got the key. Let's use it. That cool with you?
Yeah.
Clover nodded almost imperceptibly. Still, Junpei was glad to see she was at least somewhat responsive.
Then it's time to go.
He put his hand on her shoulder and guided her to the preparation room. As they arrived at the door, she suddenly stopped.
I'm sorry.
What was this? Why was she apologizing? Junpei wasn't sure what to make of her. Was she emotionally unstable because her brother had gone missing?
I'm really sorry. Just forget everything I told you, okay? Don't worry about it, really. I mean it.
How could anyone pretend not to hear something like that? But something told him, this wasn't the time to press the issue. Junpei gave her the warmest, kindest smile he could manage.
All right.
Thank you.
Her smile was weak. It was almost painful to watch.
Damn, what the hell took you guys so long?
Seven looked up as they walked into the room, clearly irritated.
You playing doctor in there or something?
Maybe. Jealous?
Seven avoided answering the question. They stood in front of the door. Junpei took out the Jupiter key.
All right. I'm gonna open it now. Is that cool?
You don't need to keep asking, just do it, all right?
It is an odd habit of Junpei throughout this game to always ask people if it's okay for him to open the door. I don't know why he does it.
Fine then.
He slid the key into the keyhole and turned it. He felt it unlock. The door opened with a soft, melancholy creak. Beyond it lay a simple white hallway. There was no fanfare or confetti. Obviously, there was no one there to applaud them. They simply walked through the door. That was it.
All right. Let's get going.
Hey, man, what's up with you? You're so serious, you know? Can't you sound more happy, you know, get a little excited?
Not really.
Junpei turned away from Seven and took his first step down the simple white hallway.
My brother might be dead. I'm going to be next.
Clover had told him only a few minutes before that her brother was probably dead and she was likely to follow him.
Like hell I can. Not after hearing something like that.
You found it. They left the operating room. The hallway took them around several corners and past several doors, but they were all locked.
There too, huh? Every door in this place is locked up tight.
How about that one?
The final door was hidden in the corner of the hall.
May as well give it a try.
Junpei grabbed the handle. As he made to push it open, a voice stopped him. The voice came from behind him and belonged to neither Seven nor Clover.
Jumpy!
Huh?
He spun around. He saw someone running toward him from the other end of the hallway. There were 3 people coming toward Junpei and his companions.
June? And Santa! And Lotus too!
They pulled up short in front of Junpei, breathing hard.
Whoa! What the hell is this?
What are you doing here?
What? But we didn't...
Before he could finish, Clover spoke.
Hey guys! Could you come take a look at this?
She was standing near the end of a small hallway that branched off to the right. The rest of them ran over to her, curious as to what she'd found.
Look on the wall here.
There was something on the wall at the end of the hallway.
A map of the ship's interior?
It says C deck.
So it's the map for this floor then?
Door 7 and... Door 8. Yep, they both eventually end up at this hallway.
In fact...
Yeah, isn't that what I said? We aren't going to be split up permanently till we find door 9. We might get separated for a little while, but we'll see each other again. Otherwise, we won't be able to open door 9. That's how the nonary game works.
I see.
Junpei looked at the map of the ship's interior again.
Wait a sec. Hey, could this lead to...
As he looked more closely, his surprise and excitement gave way to weariness.
Oh!
You've got to be kidding me.
One by one, the others saw what he'd seen.
We may as well go.
Yeah.
They moved as one for the door.
Oh, almost forgot. We should keep this.
He pulled the map of the ship's interior off the wall and put it in his pocket and followed the others. The 6 of them stood in front of the door, arrayed in a semicircle. Santa stepped forward. He took hold of the door and spoke without looking back at the other 5.
Ready? I'm gonna open it.
Slowly, all 5 nodded on their silent assent. With a deep breath, Santa threw open the door. They poured through the doorway and into the room. Even without looking around, each one of them knew where they were.
I knew it.
They were just where the map had said they would be.
We're back. In the hospital room.
I see. I believe I understand what you're saying. The 6 of you split into 2 teams and went through doors 7 and 8. You solved the puzzles in the operating room and the laboratory, and then met one another in the hallway after opening your respective locked doors.
He looked like anyone might after only just waking up, but it seemed that his brain was working as well as ever. He had managed to grasp, summarize, and understand each team's report.
At any rate, I feel a bit silly for my little show of altruism. I know I said I was sure you'd come back for me. I didn't think it would happen so soon, though.
Ace shook his head with a rueful smile.
Well, we saw each other again and we ain't dead, so I say that's good enough.
7 smiled.
Anyway, I say we get out of this creepy old place. We found the key we need.
The key?
Ain't that what I just said? I'm talking about the Jupiter key. We found it in the operating room. Right, Junpei?
Yeah.
Junpei nodded.
Oh, the solar system keys. We found a couple more in the laboratory in the kitchen. Here, the Earth key and the Saturn key card.
Oh, nice. And with that, she pressed them into Junpei's hand. The metal key had the Earth symbol on it, and the key card had the Saturn symbol on it.
I might lose it. It's probably better if you hold on to it. That way it won't be my fault if it gets lost.
Yeah, on it.
Nice way to shift blame. Junpei felt slightly less than honored.
Now we have 3 keys that we haven't used yet.
Yeah. The Jupiter key that we found in the operating room, the Earth key that Lotus just gave me, and the Saturn key card that Lotus said was in the kitchen.
Junpei tucked the new keys into his pocket. June spoke up.
The Jupiter key is supposed to be for the door at the end of that long, straight hallway, right?
Yeah. If the map's right, then it connects to the central staircase. Then, next to the stairs...
Wait!
They were the first words anyone had heard out of Clover in quite some time. Her face suggested they weren't going to be very happy words.
What about door 3?
Look, you saw the map, right? It's the same as 7 and 8. It just lead us back to the big hospital room. There's no point to seeing what's on the other side of that door.
There is a point. At least there is for me.
There were tears in her eyes, but she glared at 7 as hard as she could, just the same. She looked very much like a frightened puppy. There wasn't a man alive who could have resisted those eyes. 7 looked everywhere in the room except at Clover and muttered and coughed apologies under his breath.
Yeah, you're right, I'm sorry. Snake might be on the other side of door 3.
Clover nodded once. The next person to speak was Ace.
Very well. I'll be coming with you then. I've had a nice long rest. I think it's time I was up and about again. So 7, you'll help me, won't you?
Huh? Me?
Junpei did the calculations quickly in his head. 4 plus 1 plus 7 equals 12, 1 plus 2 equals 3. It looked like 7 was doing them too. At last, he gave up.
Damn. Well, I guess that's how it's gotta be. So I'm going with you, huh?
Yes, you are.
All right, let's get moving.
And so it was decided that Clover, Ace, and 7 would discover what lay beyond door 3.
Okay, we're heading out.
Be careful.
Whoa. Didn't think I'd be hearing that from you, Lotus.
Don't let it go to your head. I'd be in trouble if the 3 of you bought it. The rest of us can't open the 9 door.
Ah, the truth comes out.
Seven nodded as if this answer made much more sense and pulled the lever on the red.
Okay, we're off.
The door opened and Ace, Clover, and Seven jumped through it. 6, 7, 8. After exactly 9 seconds, the door closed noisily.
All right, we should get moving too.
Huh?
Get moving?
Where are we going?
Everyone except Lotus seemed rather confused.
Well, it would be a waste of time to just sit around, wouldn't it? Let me explain.
Oh, I get it. We're gonna see if we can get anywhere interesting with the Jupiter key.
Yes. If we're lucky, we might find Snake.
They were at the end of the hallway, lined by individual hospital rooms.
And here's the Jupiter symbol on the keyhole.
All right, Junpei, open it if you please.
Yeah, on it.
Junpei pulled the Jupiter key out of his pocket and slid it into the keyhole. He twisted. With a nice sharp click, he felt the door unlock. Junpei sucked in a breath, held it, and opened the door as quietly as he could. Inside was exactly what he expected to see from the map of the ship's interior. They were in a tremendous hall, almost like a ballroom, with a massive central staircase.
Great! Back to the beginning. You sure this is a good idea?
What do you mean?
Well, we already searched every inch of this room, didn't we? I'm asking you if there's any reason we came back here.
Of course there's a reason.
Of course there's a reason. Man, sometimes I can't tell if you're smart or just lucky.
Huh?
This.
Junpei pulled two things out of his pockets.
The Saturn key card. And the Earth key? I'm lost.
Santa cocked his head to one side like an inquisitive bird and looked at them. After several long moments, during which it became apparent that Santa had no idea what the cards meant, June took pity on him.
Don't you remember, Santa? On C deck, where we are now, there was a big elevator behind the stairs, remember? And next to the elevator, there was a card reader with the Saturn symbol on it. And on A deck, on the door to the left, there was a keyhole with the Earth symbol on it, I think. So, the two keys that Jumpy has?
Should let us use the elevator and the door on A deck. Huh.
Yes, that's right.
June smiled, pleased with herself. So did Santa.
All right, I got it. Let's get started then. What do you say we split into two teams? Lotus and I will search the Earth one, so you two can search Saturn, all right?
Sounds good. Then you guys should take this key.
Yep, you're going, you're, staying on, good old, Earth. We're going, interstellar. Junpei handed the Earth key to Santa. They decided, that their initial search should be brief.
We have no idea what's on the other side of these, so don't go too far. Just search for 10 minutes and come back.
Plan decided, the two teams split it up. Junpei and June headed for the elevators.
There's a card reader next to the left elevator.
Then let's try out the Saturn key card.
A light on the upper left corner blinked to life.
Great! It looks like it's working now.
All right, now how do I call the elevator?
There was a single button to the right of the elevator door.
Oh, it only has the upside down triangle on it.
I guess there's no up button. Well, we may as well try pushing this one.
The door slid shut, and they heard the grinding of the motor as the elevator car moved down. I mean, if there's only one button, there's only one thing you can do.
It opened! Look, Jumpy!
June's voice was excited, but Junpei could hear a tinge of anxiety.
Sweet! It opened! Let's get going.
He grinned at June and stepped forward toward the open door. As he was about to set foot in it, he felt a hand on his arm.
Wait!
What?
I'm not really, I just, oh gosh.
Junpei was at something of a loss. What could she possibly be so frightened of? June was probably afraid of... Yeah, I don't think it's this option. They could only go down. She was afraid because the only elevator button pointed down. That meant, of course, that the elevator couldn't go any higher than the floor they were on. As he thought about it, Junpei realized he hadn't seen elevators on the A or B decks near the central staircase, all of which meant that the elevator could only convey them to the lower decks.
Come to think of it, the lower floor, D deck, is completely underwater. An elevator heading to a submerged floor. That is pretty scary. Hey, wait a minute. This elevator came up from somewhere under us, right?
Well, yes, I guess it did. It didn't open right away after you pressed the button. There was a motor noise, like it was moving, and then it opened.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
So, take a look inside.
Junpei jerked his head toward the interior of the elevator.
It's not wet at all, is it? The walls and even the floor are totally dry.
Oh, you're right. They are.
She looked around at the elevator, slightly embarrassed.
Well, let's test it.
Test it?
Yeah, watch this. Now, I'll just put one foot inside the elevator and look over at the buttons. Oh, there's only two, E and C. All right, I'll push E.
He pushed the E button and jumped out of the elevator. The doors slid shut, and they heard the grinding of the motor as the elevator car moved down.
I think I can hear it opening on E deck.
Okay, that's done. Now I'll just press the button again.
A few moments later, the elevator returned.
Yep, not a single drop of water to be seen. See?
Junpei couldn't resist puffing out his chest, just a little bit. June, however, still looked confused.
What does that mean? How can E deck be safe if the D deck is full of water?
Well, here's what I think. The elevator shaft and E deck must be watertight and separated from wherever the ship's been punctured. Here, let me show you.
He pulled out his notebook and pen and sketched out a rough illustration.
I see. So is that why the ship hasn't sunk? The shape of the inside keeps it all from filling with water?
Yeah, I think that's what's going on.
Junpei continued talking as he closed his notebook and slipped it back into his pocket.
So I'm gonna go down and check it out. You stay here, all right?
But...
Come on, just do it, all right?
He gave June's shoulder a reassuring squeeze, then hopped onto the elevator. He pushed the E button and the door began to close. June looked worried, her eyes darting back and forth as if she was trying to make a decision when suddenly...
I'm coming with you!
Huh?
At the last possible moment, June dashed forward, turning sideways just in time to slip through the gap between the closing doors.
Hey, wait!
Junpei jammed his finger against the open button, but it was too late.
Oh, crap. It closed!
The door had shut, he and June were in the elevator, and it was headed down to E deck. He was so surprised by June they didn't even have time to think about what awaited him on the E deck.
I can't just let you go alone, you know.
Ah, jeez.
The elevator stopped, and the door slid open. They tentatively stepped out and looked around.
It looks normal.
No fish going about their fishy business, or jellyfish floating lazily through the water. There was, however, a blowfish. Or at least something that looked very much like one. June's cheeks were puffed out, and her mouth a tiny, intense frown.
Oh, knock it off. It's just like I thought. This part hasn't flooded. Come on, just look around. There's no water here.
June looked around nervously, then... exhaled.
You're right. It's not flooded at all.
See?
But there's a whole lot of water.
Yeah, right on top of us.
What's gonna happen if the ceiling breaks?
Junpei thought about that for a moment.
We'd probably die.
Oh, no. Don't be so casual about something like that.
At any rate, we should probably go back as soon as we can, once we're done looking around down here.
I mean, in this situation, it's kind of normal to be a little casual about it.
Lotus and Santa might already be back.
Okay, good idea.
Some levity helps keep your mind, like, from breaking.
Now then.
Junpei glanced around the room they'd found themselves in. The first thing he noticed was a set of thick iron bars. They ran the length of the room, separating the left elevator from the right one.
Iron bars. Well, we can't go over there.
Right.
Then maybe...
In the corner of the room that housed the elevators, Junpei found an opening.
Well...
He walked up to it and stuck his head around the corner.
It looks like there's a long straight hallway down this way.
Something's written on the door at the end. Wait, is that...
Let's check.
Junpei and June set off down the hallway at a brisk clip, somewhere between a run and a jog. Before long, they found themselves in front of the door. On it was a number written in bright red paint. 6.
I knew it!
This is a numbered door!
And indeed, there was a red bolted onto the wall right next to the door.
But we can't do anything with only the two of us.
We better head back and let everyone know.
Yes.
Junpei and June turned and headed back to C deck.
Wait, what's this?
On their way back, Junpei noticed a map on the wall.
Is this the map for E-Deck? I should take it with me. Huh, so you guys found door 1.
They'd met back up with Santa and Lotus, who had explained what they'd found. Apparently, there was another numbered door on A deck, just like the one on E deck, beyond the door that the Earth Key opened. According to Santa and Lotus, there was a 1 on the door.
So now we've located 2 new doors, the 6 door and the 1 door.
You know, it is interesting that E-Deck wasn't flooded.
Lotus was quiet for a moment, lost in thought.
Well, we don't really know if all of E-Deck is safe. We only checked the area around the elevator.
Yeah, even so, it's still very interesting.
You said the 6th door was there, right?
Yes.
Then that means Zero planned all this out, even the sinking. That would have meant some pretty serious remodeling of the ship's interior.
It's pretty mind-blowing when you think about it.
Yeah, I wonder how long it took. I can't even imagine how much it must have cost.
Probably billions.
It would have been a ton, that's for sure.
Well, that does go along with what Ace was saying. The most reasonable explanation would be that this was done by some organization with access to a whole lot of cash.
It's arguably the only way it would make sense. Because how do you remodel because a single person couldn't remodel stuff like this on their own. Especially, like, depending on how long it took them. It would be insane to even think of that. They would need people to help them, and how would those people keep it secret unless they were stopped?
Yes, it does make sense.
That thought made them all go quiet for a moment. Fun little fact here. I originally wanted to put in clips of, like, characters from anime or games going, every time the characters did this, because it happened so frequently. But I decided against it just to avoid any potential copyright problems. But it happens so frequently. June bit her lip while Lotus sighed softly to herself, and Santa cracked a stiff neck and stared off into the distance at nothing.
Yeah?
I don't think it's a very good idea to stay here.
June looked up at Junpei with large, pleading eyes.
Yeah, you're right. Ace and his team might be back already.
Well, Junpei and I should be able to open door 1.
Huh? You guys leaving me behind?
8 plus 6 plus 5 equals 19. 1 plus 9 equals 10. 1 plus 0 equals 1.
Just kidding. All right, let's go.
Lotus's words were all the impetuous they needed. Back to the large hospital room they went. The moment they stepped inside, a tremendous voice echoed across the room.
Hey! Where the hell did you guys go?
It was 7.
7?
Ace was right behind him, and Clover was behind Ace, although she seemed to be hanging back.
What's wrong?
It looked as though there was something strange about them. 7 had the look of a man who'd seen a ghost. Ace was just as pale, and Clover looked as though she was only moments from passing out entirely. For a long moment, they simply stood there, looking at one another. Junpei looked around nervously, waiting for someone else to speak. No one did. He looked at 7.
What happened?
What the hell kind of question is that?
7 was trying very hard to be angry, but something had shaken him, hard. His shoulders were trembling, and his voice was strained.
Snake is...
7 couldn't finish. He just looked away, his face twisted by... Junpei wasn't sure what. Instead, Ace spoke. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and spoke.
Snake is... dead. He died, just as the 9th man did.
It was as if all the air had suddenly been sucked out of the room. Junpei felt his heartbeat quicken, and he realized he was having trouble breathing. He could feel cold sweat beating on his forehead and neck. June, Santa, and Lotus looked the way he felt. All 3 were frozen in place, their faces white.
Oh my god, that's not true, is it?
We should make sure.
Yeah, right. We should.
They nodded to one another and headed for the number 3 door.
Wait! Not that way!
What? Why not?
They stopped short and turned to look at 7. He was pointing at the door with no number.
I stuck a screwdriver in there to keep the door from closing all the way. It's not locked, so you can go in that way.
Where is he?
The shower room. The left side of the hallway. I put a broom in there too to keep the door open.
That means we can get in without going through the numbered door, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Then let's go.
Their new destination cleared, Junpei and his companions headed for the door with no number. Once in the hallway, it was easy to spot the metal door on the left wall.
This wasn't open when we passed here before.
But now, just as 7 had said, there was a broom stuck between the door and the frame, keeping it open.
Well, let's keep going.
They looked at it for a moment, then stepped inside.
Oh, it smells horrible.
Lotus wrinkled her nose and covered her mouth in disgust. Even Santa pinched his nose tight.
Ugh, yeah, this is pretty awful. I feel like I'm gonna puke.
It was just as bad as they said, perhaps worse. A hideous smell filled the air, so thick they could almost taste it. It was sour and smelled of fish, feces, and burnt meat. I hope you didn't eat anything before watching this. It worked its way through Junpei's nose and down his throat to pound against the entrance to his stomach. He put his hands over his mouth and struggled to keep what little was in his stomach where it belonged.
Where is he? Where's Snake?
They didn't have to wonder where the body was.
There.
There was blood everywhere, a few arms of the splatter reaching towards them as they walked in through the door. All one had to do was follow the many radial arms to their source. The body itself was hidden behind a divider.
June, you should stay here.
But...
Please, just do me a favor, okay? All right?
He didn't give her a chance to say no. He put his hand on her shoulder as if to shove her into the ground like a tent pole, turned, and walked toward the end of the divider.
I'm going in.
It felt like it took an eternity for him to get there. Santa and Lotus followed, timid and nervous as a pair of children. Eventually, they reached the divider. They looked at one another and nodded slowly. Junpei put his hands on the divider and peered around the corner. For a moment, he forgot to breathe. He felt his heart collapse in his chest like an empty cigarette carton, and time froze. That's a bit of an odd comparison. He knew in that instant that he would take this image before him to the grave. What was left of the body sat in a sea of blood. Chunks of flesh torn from the body set in the blood like tiny islands in a great red sea. A vast ragged hole had been torn in the torso, and what remained of his intestines spilled out of it like fresh spaghetti. Smaller chunks of meat had splattered against the wall and become stuck there as they dried. Globules of yellowish fat had left trails like tiny slugs as gravity pulled them down the wall, even as they dried to it.
Just like Ace said.
Santa's voice was strained. Junpei suspected he was holding down some vomit of his own.
Just like the ninth man. The detonator in his bracelet set off the bomb in his gut.
It looked as though the explosion had been quite powerful.
Oh god. The bone is coming out of his left arm.
It's definitely an open fracture.
His legs were both bent in an odd, unnatural way, and his left arm had split open, exposing the painfully white bone of his ulna. His bracelet lay next to him. It seemed to have hit the wall hard enough to have shattered the display, which lay on the ground in pieces.
Oh, the face. It's horrible.
Yeah, you can't even tell who it is.
Half of his head had simply collapsed. The blood coating made it almost look like raw pizza dough covered in tomato sauce. His clothes, too, were covered in blood. The burgundy tie, the white shirt, the jacket with the yellow piping, and the gray slacks.
But the clothes are...
They were all familiar to Junpei.
No mistake about it. It's Snake.
Lotus's voice was unnaturally deep and strained, and Junpei heard it catch in her throat. The squeal of tortured metal made Junpei's teeth curl. It sounded like the noise a ghost would make. No matter how many times he heard it, he never got used to it. Every time it put him on edge. It didn't help that there was a girl nearby who looked far more like a ghost than a living human should. It was Clover. She sat on the edge of the bed, her head drooping listlessly onto her chest. Her eyes were blank and stared across the room at nothing. Her breathing was slow and mechanical. Aside from the rise and fall of her chest, she didn't move. Junpei felt as if even a nudge might cause her to shatter into 1,000 pieces.
Snake was probably murdered.
So yes, from here, it's mostly the same scene. If there's... It all links back up to here. If there is anything different, I will cut to that, edit it in. But for now, see you in a little bit.
In fact, ever since that day, no factory anywhere has been able to make a pure EDT crystal. Even in EDT research done years before, they'd never gotten a hydrate. But after it happened at the first factory, it just spread. It was like... man, how do you say it?
Like the molecules were communicating with one another.
So, back here, in the operating room, if you choose to go through door 4 and its escape rooms, and then choose to go through door 7, the dialogue here with 7 will change.
Transmitting information in a way humans couldn't perceive. This phenomena spread throughout the world, right?
Junpei looked up at 7 with half a smirk. 7 stared at him dumbfounded.
Yeah, that's it exactly. But how did you know?
I heard another story, kind of like that one.
When?
In the freezer.
What? The freezer?
Yeah, June told me.
Junpei told 7 the story he'd heard from June in the freezer in the kitchen. How one day glycerin began to crystallize. And the story of ice that wouldn't melt at room temperature. So yes. When Junpei was done, 7 looked thoughtful and absent-mindedly rubbed the scar on his chin.
Ice that doesn't melt at room temperature, huh?
That sounds familiar?
Yeah, hold up. I feel like I can remember something. It's right there.
7 squinted. His eyes stared off into space, as if he were trying desperately to focus on something far away.
Do you?
Know something about Ice 9?
Do you know about Ice 9?
Ice 9?
So to trigger this dialogue chain, not only do you need to have gone through door 4, but you need to have specifically listened to Akane's story about Ice 9.
Ice 9. Ice 9. Ice, ice, ice.
Suddenly, 7's eyes shot open.
That's it. I remember now. That woman, she's on this boat.
That woman?
Alice!
Who's Alice?
Come on, the woman who won't melt at room temperature!
Huh?
It became clear to Seven that Junpei had no idea what he was talking about. He ran his hand across his face and took a deep breath.
You know how the Titanic sank on April 15th, 1912, right?
Yeah, more than 1,500 people died. Worst maritime accident in history. What about it?
Did you hear about the boat that was sent to collect the dead bodies?
I think that was the RMS Carpathia, right? It was a cruise liner, just like the Titanic.
No, that was the ship that picked up the survivors. The ship that collected the dead bodies was the CS McKay Bennett.
I believe that is actually historically accurate. Everything he said about EDT, from what I could find, is complete just nonsense. But what he's saying here about the ships is accurate.
The McKay Bennett showed up on April 17th, 2 days after the accident. It set out from Halifax, a port in Canada, and recovered 306 bodies. The Atlantic that far north was really cold. It would have to be for there to be icebergs and stuff. Anyway, the bodies they pulled out of the water were frozen solid.
This isn't a very nice story. So, what happened next?
I mean, it's about the Titanic. You expect it to be a nice story?
Well, they say the McKay Bennett recovered something more than just dead bodies. There were various bits of stuff floating around in the water. Things the drowned had carried with them, or stuff that dislodged as the ship sank. One of the things they found was a coffin.
A coffin?
Yeah, a wooden one. The craftsman who made it must have been pretty skilled. It wasn't just a wooden coffin. It was all wood, no nails, no reinforcements, no gaps in the wood anywhere. The thing was airtight. The crew got pretty curious about what might be inside it and opened it up. They had to get a wedge and hammer it open. It was so well made. Inside, they found a woman. Or, I guess you should say, they found the dead body of a woman.
This is sounding strangely similar to what Akane told us.
Her hair was thick and black, and her skin rich brown with no blemishes or signs of decomposition. They say that she looked gorgeous, like a goddess. She was obviously dead, but everyone who looked at her said she just looked like she was sleeping. Her skin was so lifelike, she looked like she might wake up any minute. And she didn't, though. Like the rest of the bodies they found, she was frozen solid. Eventually, the McKay Bennett finished searching and returned to Halifax. The 306 bodies were unloaded and taken ashore. However, it was warm enough that they began to thaw. They say that the stink was horrible, but there was one body that didn't thaw, and that was...
the girl in the coffin!
That's right. Everybody thought for sure that she'd melt and start to rot like the rest of them eventually, but weeks passed and nothing happened. Then a month passed, and another. And it was summer, and she was still frozen solid. After a while, people started to say she was some sort of miracle. Rumors about her started to spread. People came to visit Halifax from all over. After a while, people started to call her All Ice. Alice. Of course, those rumors didn't last long.
Why?
Well, she up and disappeared. One day Alice was there, the next day she wasn't. They say someone snuck into where they were keeping her and stole the body. With the body gone, the rumors followed pretty quickly. And after a while, no one remembered her. You might be able to find something about her if you could find a newspaper from back then, but that's about it.
Wait, you just said that she was on this boat.
Yeah, I did. Alice has got to be somewhere on this ship.
Now why the hell would you say something like that?
Because I know.
And just what is it you know?
What happened to Alice after she was stolen?
Junpei gulped.
All right, tell me. What happened to Alice?
Seven nodded slowly and took on the look of a man recalling something long buried.
Well, around that time, the word was that there was a special black market in New York. All millionaires from all over the world. I've heard that Alice went up for auction there. The person who won the auction was Lord Dashiell Gordain. You've heard that name before, right?
Yup.
Lord Gordain.
The one who was obsessed about the Titanic.
Oh, isn't he the guy who bought the Gigantic? The Titanic's sister ship.
Yeah, that's him. Although I guess he hadn't done that yet.
What do you mean?
Gordain bought Alice in 1912, and 4 years later, in 1916, he bought the Gigantic.
Huh. So you're saying he bought her the exact same year that the Titanic sank? That's an odd coincidence.
And he hid Alice somewhere on the Gigantic, but nobody knows where. He died in 1931, and apparently he died without ever telling anyone where Alice was hidden. However,
However, what?
Well, he did have one close friend who asked him, "Where is Alice?" And he said, "Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the Forest of Knowledge beneath the navel of the Gigantic."
What the hell is that? Is it some kind of riddle?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Seven threw his hands up in defeat.
So that's it. Whatever you think, I believe it. She's hidden somewhere on the Gigantic. In other words, she's hidden somewhere on this ship.
Before Junpei could dispute Seven's rather bizarre claim, as Junpei was trying to figure out what on earth he was going to say next, Clover's shrill voice pierced the room.
Hey! What are you two doing over there? Stop wasting time and get over here!
Okay, we're coming.
Jeez!
Seven looked at Junpei.
Yeah, so anyway, that's the story. It might be useful someday. Don't forget it.
With that cryptic remark, he turned and left the room.
Alice. Huh.
Junpei was left behind to ponder what he just heard. He tried to remember what June had told him earlier.
That mummy wasn't just a normal mummy. They say that she was frozen. The story says that from the time of its discovery all the way through to when it got put on the Titanic, even though it was carried through the desert, her body never melted.
Then was that Egyptian priestess Alice? Did the water in her body become Ice 9?
Questions to ponder.
No, that's nuts. There's no way somebody like that could exist.
Junpei shook his head, trying desperately to clear it, and followed Seven to the operating room, where Clover was waiting. So, what happens if you instead say, "Do you know something about it?"
Know something about it?
I told you I think I do. Just hold on. It was...
Seven thought hard and mumbled to himself. After a few minutes, he gave up.
Damn it! Why'd you have to ask me some dumbass question? I totally lost my train of thought.
Sorry, man.
As Junpei was trying to figure out what on earth he was going to say next, Clover's shrill voice pierced the room.
Hey! What are you two doing over there? Stop wasting time and get over here!
Okay, we're coming.
Jeez!
Seven looked at Junpei.
Oh well. Look, if I remember anything, I'll let you know. Alright? Right now, we need to get the hell out of this room, though, okay?
With that, he turned and left. Junpei, his mind still occupied with the story Seven had told him, slowly followed.
That's why we couldn't find him. If he's dead, I'm going to be next.
Suddenly, the operating room felt very, very cold.
What are you talking about? What's wrong with you?
Gave her a small shake, but she still didn't respond. The silence grew heavier. Junpei, what do you want to do? So, because we went through door 4, we have the chance to get the 4-leaf clover bookmark from Santa. If we accept it, we are given this choice. Junpei gave her the 4-leaf clover.
Oh, yeah.
He didn't know why, but suddenly Junpei remembered something he'd been given earlier.
It's in my pocket somewhere. Here it is.
He reached into his pocket and dug it out.
A 4-leaf clover.
Santa had given to him in the second-class room. He held it out to Clover.
Hey, did you know? Each leaf means something. Hope, faith, love, and luck. That's what a 4-leaf clover stands for. Take it. Use it as a good luck charm.
He pressed the 4-leaf clover into her hand.
Listen to me, Clover. No matter what happens, you can never lose hope. You have to remember what's most important, and that's to have faith and to have love. If you can remember all of those, that'll bring you good luck. Snake, I mean, your brother, he's not dead. He's alive, somewhere. I'm sure of it. You've just gotta believe in that.
Clover stared at the 4-leaf clover in her hand. He could see tears start to form at the corners of her eyes.
Thank you.
Her voice was tiny and broken, and as she spoke, she started to cry. She tried to hide her tears by looking at the floor, but it did little good. She wiped away tears with the baggy arms of her jacket, but more quickly took their place. No matter how she tried, she couldn't stop crying. Her tears made small wet circles on the floor.
Thank you.
She said it again. Then she looked up at Junpei and seemed to choke down the last of her grief. She did her best to smile. Junpei wiped an errant tear from her cheek with his thumb and gave her the best smile he could manage.
Now come on. Seven's waiting for us at the exit.
But still, she didn't move.
Wait, before we go, there's one thing I want to ask you.
What's that?
What do you think when you hear the word experiment?
For a moment, his mind froze. Then he came back to his senses and realized the word meant nothing to him, aside from the dictionary definition.
What?
Oh. I guess it was just a coincidence then. I mean, that you knew about the four-leaf clover.
Look, I'm sorry. I don't want to be a jerk, but you are making less than no sense right now.
I have to use that one day. You're making less than no sense. That for some reason, that's just funny to me.
Oh, no. It's nothing. Just forget about it.
Oh, don't give me that. You really think I could just drop this? What is this experiment you were talking about?
Clover looked away. The four-leaf clover was still in her hand. She stared at it for a long moment and then finally spoke.
You promise you won't tell anyone?
Cross my heart.
Which one? John or Lucy's?
Really?
Really?
I can trust you, right?
Of course you can.
Clover slipped the four-leaf clover into her pocket. Her eyes still red from crying, she looked up at Junpei.
Okay then, I'll tell you. I'll tell you what happened on this ship 9 years ago.
Wait. On this ship?
Yeah, this ship.
He was entirely lost. He had 1,000 questions, but it was probably best, he thought, to save them until Clover had finished.
It was an experiment to test some sort of psychic thing. Communicating through these fields that you can't see.
Fields that you can't see?
He'd heard something like this before. Clover nodded.
Like, think about this.
She pointed at the operating table. On top of it was a somewhat mismatched medical mannequin whose parts had been swapped with another mannequin.
This is John, right? But is he really John?
Huh?
All Junpei could think was, she's finally completely lost it.
Isn't this like Locke's socks? Or the ship of Theseus?
Junpei grew even more confused. He'd never heard of either of those things, though they sounded smart.
You don't know? You haven't heard of those paradoxes?
No?
I mean, Junpei shook his head.
Really?
Clover laughed.
Okay, well pay attention then. This is how Locke's socks works. Let's say I've got a pair of socks. They're my favorite socks.
Look like kind of crappy socks.
One of them gets a hole in it. What would you do if that was your sock, Junpei?
I would put something in it and then fling it at the nearby enemy. Okay, I'd patch it up.
Well, I guess I'd patch it up. Get some cloth and close up the hole.
But what if another hole opens?
I'd add another patch, I suppose.
What if another hole opened after that?
Another patch, I guess?
For some reason, I just imagine her looking a bit crazy when she's describing this.
Well, let's say you just keep adding new patches.
Maybe it's just the tone of her voice.
Until eventually, the original cloth of the sock is totally gone. Once you get to that point, can you really say they're the same socks you started with?
Well, that's tough.
Junpei crossed his arms.
So, that's the Locke socks thing?
Yeah, the ship of Theseus is a lot like it. The ship of Theseus. If you keep fixing the damaged parts of a ship, eventually it ends up with none of the parts it started with. Can you really say that ship is the same one you started with? And what if you took all the old parts from the first ship and built another one somewhere else? Then which ship is the real ship of Theseus?
It's a good question.
The one you repaired, or the one you built with all the original parts?
It was an interesting question. Clover could see Junpei was intrigued.
Hey, do you think it's the same?
What's the same?
These guys. Is this John, or is it Lucy now?
Junpei looked at the operating table again. A mannequin full of body parts from a different body. Clover had been right. It was just like Locke's socks in the ship of Theseus. The part of the body that holds a person's identity is the head. Of course, for many hundreds of years, conventional wisdom had held that a man's identity resided in his heart or any of a number of internal organs. And here, they had both.
John's head and heart are both his, but apart from those and a single arm, the rest of his body was once Lucy's.
I mean, I'd still say this is John, and the one over there is Lucy. I wouldn't say this necessarily changes them. I mean, if they still want to be called John or Lucy, then yeah, they're John and Lucy. Was that mannequin really John?
We're just like these mannequins.
I mean, if they want to be John, then yes. I don't know, I understand the Lock, Socks, and Ship of Theseus comparison, and it's a very interesting question, but I don't know if it necessarily can be applied to people. She looked at Junpei again.
Think about it. The cells in our body change every day. Old ones die and new ones are born. Maybe part of my arm is made of stuff from a fish I ate once. Or maybe part of your right side is made from a cow you ate. If you take it a little further, those cows and fishes are made from something else too, right? That's how we're all connected, through fields that can't be seen with the naked eye.
The silence was broken by Seven.
Hey, what the hell is taking you two so long?
We're debating just anything at all here. Clover's kind of babbling a little bit. Seven's head appeared in the doorway. He was not happy. Why do I imagine it's literally just his head appearing from the doorway, nothing else? It's like a comedy routine.
How long are you gonna make me wait? We don't have time to screw around.
We're talking over here. Junpei and Clover looked at each other. Clover looked at Junpei as if to say there was more she wanted to tell him. She shook her head. Whatever she had to tell him, she didn't want to tell him in front of Seven. Seven seemed to catch on.
Oh? What were you two doing? Was this some sort of secret meeting?
Yes, we're coming up with a secret handshake right now. You cannot watch. It's very, very complex.
No, it wasn't. We were just playing with the mannequins.
Clover, I like you, but really, that's the best you could come up with?
Huh?
Let's go, Junpei.
Moving a little bit too fast for it to be entirely innocent, Clover headed toward the exit. Seven stared after her, then turned to Junpei with an amused expression.
Playing with mannequins, huh? Didn't know you were into that kind of thing, Junpei.
You're a dick.
Junpei dashed past him and traced Clover's path out of the door. With a short laugh, Seven followed. They stood in front of the door. Took out the Jupiter key.
All right, I'm gonna open it now. Is that cool?
You don't need to keep asking, just do it, all right?
Fine then.
And from here, the scene is basically, well, what little the scene is basically the same. So yeah, believe it or not, this is important. In fact, both of the scenes in this room are very important. So what if you instead decide to be insensitive and just, you know, don't care about her feelings? Junpei told Clover they needed to leave.
Let's just get out of here. We've got the key. Let's use it. That cool with you?
Yeah.
Clover nodded, almost imperceptibly. Still, Junpei was glad to see she was at least somewhat responsive.
Then it's time to go.
So basically, yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
It basically is just a repeat of what happens if you haven't gone through door 4. It's what naturally occurs. So, just for a little bit of fun, or curiosity, what happens if you instead say, throw it away?
Well, I'd pitch it, I guess.
But it's your favorite pair of socks.
Come on, who loves their socks that much?
It doesn't matter. Just suppose you do love them that much.
Well, I guess then I'd patch it.
But what if another hole opens?
I'd add another patch.
What if another hole opened after that?
Another patch, I guess?
Well, let's say you just keep adding new patches.
So, yes, it'll basically wrap around to the correct answer anyway. I kind of don't know why they put that choice there to begin with, but okay.
I'm asking you if there's any reason we came back here.
So, let's be dumb, Junpei, and say, no idea.
You know, that's a good question.
Junpei looked off into the distance, thoughtfully. Lotus sighed and shook her head.
I can't believe this. You guys followed me here, but you don't even know why?
I mean, do these two seem like the brightest bulbs to you?
Junpei, you've got the solar system keys, don't you?
Yeah.
He did. He pulled them out.
The Saturn key card. And the Earth key.
What about him?
Junpei didn't see what they had to do with anything, though. Both he and Santa were completely lost. Fortunately, June took pity on them.
Don't you remember the elevator? On C deck, where we are now, there was a big elevator behind the stairs, remember? And next to the elevator, there was a card reader with the Saturn symbol on it. And on A deck, on the door to the left, there was a keyhole with the Earth symbol on it, I think. So the two keys that Jumpy has?
Should let us use the elevator and the door on A deck. Huh.
Yes, that's right.
June smiled, pleased with herself. So did Santa.
All right, I got it. Let's get started then. What do you say we split into 2 teams?
So yes, basically, you just have the choice of making Junpei either look smart or like an idiot. Like, I don't know, maybe they're testing to see how well the player is paying attention, but some of these choices really are superfluous.
Wait.
What?
I'm not really, I just, oh gosh.
Junpei was at something of a loss. What could she possibly be so frightened of? June was probably afraid of being locked up alone with a boy. This is obviously not the correct choice. It is, however, one of the most hilarious choices in the game. And a clear example of Junpei sometimes just being a complete moron. It's also even more hilarious with hindsight. After a little thought, Junpei decided she had to be nervous about being locked up in such a small space alone with a boy.
Well, we will be all alone in here.
In a way, it was kind of cute. Very demure, you could say, he thought. Still, even though it wasn't exactly roomy in the elevator, they weren't going to be pressed up against one another. At least, they didn't have to be. Still, it was making her nervous. Junpei couldn't help but think of how innocent she was.
Jumpy?
Huh? Oh, nothing. It's not important. Come on, let's go.
Again, he stepped toward the elevator. And again, he felt himself restrained.
I said wait a minute.
Why?
Aren't you afraid, Jumpy?
Afraid of what?
Well, I've never... You know.
It's your first time?
She'd never been in an elevator with a man alone before. Even so, she still seemed awfully alarmed.
I might... get wet.
I needed to pause and let that sink in for a second. This scene is funny, but it's also really just, yeah.
What?
It's hilarious in how much it makes you cringe.
Down there. I'd get soaking wet.
And I normally don't laugh at this stuff that much, or at least that often. But this is just, I don't know, something about this is just funny.
Well, I mean, of course you would. That's the way it works. I mean, I've never heard of anyone getting soaking wet somewhere else.
That's true. You don't mind?
Mind what?
Getting wet.
Well, I don't know. I think I'd probably, like it.
Oh my god, I can't even imagine what this was like for the voice actors to read this.
Gosh, Jumpy, you're so brave.
Really? I mean, I kind of think any guy would do the same thing, you know? What happens, happens, right? I mean, if you get the chance, you've just got to go for it. That's what a man is supposed to do, I guess.
Yeah, you're so cool, Jumpy. I really admire you.
That doesn't really seem like the sort of thing you ought to admire someone for.
Yeah, probably not.
I'm really scared.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, you've never done it before.
Guys, we really don't have time for this.
Yes. So, I don't think I'll be able to last very long. And then it'll be over.
Over?
Yes. I'll go to heaven.
Heaven?
It feels kind of like you're floating in space, and your mind gets all fuzzy, like when you pass out. At least that's what I've heard from people who have experienced it.
This just somehow keeps getting worse.
Yes, I've heard that too. Although I don't think the same thing happens to guys.
What?
Huh?
But it would happen to men too, wouldn't it? It would happen to anyone. Once it gets into your body, the same thing happens to everyone.
Well, I mean, usually it doesn't go inside the man. I mean, generally.
Yes, it does. Well, eventually it will. It's not like you really have a choice. Your body will force you to swallow some of it. Eventually.
What are you trying to do to me?
I don't know why I find this so funny. I usually don't find these scenes that funny. For some reason, it just works.
Nothing. I'm not going to do anything to you. I'm just saying that that's what happens. It's a psychological reaction to what you're experiencing.
Oh, is that so?
Then it's only natural? Is that what's natural for living beings? Perhaps he'd been mistaken all these years. Had he misunderstood life so gravely? The thought terrified him. Jun seemed to be entirely oblivious to Junpei's mounting confusion and terror. Yup, totally oblivious.
I know most men probably have larger lungs, but even then, I don't think you could hold your breath for 20 or even 10 minutes. Eventually, you'd have to breathe, and then the water would get into your lungs. Once that happens, your body won't be able to get oxygen anymore, and you'll start to feel that floaty feeling as you pass out. Huh.
And it finally sinks in.
Oh.
Yep. god, that was a laugh. Finally, Junpei understood. He understood what June was trying to say and why she was so scared.
Yeah, you're right. You wouldn't last very long.
Good god.
See?
She was afraid that the only elevator button pointed down. That meant, of course, that the elevator couldn't go any higher than the floor they were on. As he thought about it, Junpei realized he hadn't seen elevators on the A or B decks near the central staircase. All of which meant that the elevator could only convey them to the lower decks.
Come to think of it, the lower floor, D deck, is completely underwater.
So yes, choosing that gives you this extended, hilarious scene. At least hilarious in my opinion. I know some people will probably not enjoy it. There is one more part to it though.
An elevator heading to a submerged... Hey, wait a minute. This
It didn't... There was a...
Yeah.
Yes.
So...
Oh, you're right. There.
Well...
Test?
Yeah. Now, I'll just put... Oh, Ian's... Alright.
I'm not going to edit this part out because...
Okay.
I mean... It's coming right up anyway.
What does that mean? How can...
Well, the elevator... Here.
I see. The shape of...
Yeah. So I'm gonna... Come on.
Also, I don't think I could activate the skip function.
I'm...
Huh? Hey!
What? I mean, mashing the button like this to get through a scene is what you had to do during the during the original DS version. So...
It looks normal. Oh, knock it off. Come on, just look around.
You're right.
See?
But there's a whole lot of water.
Yeah, right on top of us.
What's gonna happen if the ceiling breaks?
Junpei thought about that for a moment.
Well, we'd probably get really wet up there.
Huh?
At any rate, we should probably go back as soon as we can, once we're done looking around down here.
Yes, for whatever reason, that causes that small bit of dialogue. I probably wasted your time showing you this, but I don't care. I think it's funny. So now, let's go through door 8 this time. What could possibly be beyond there?
I think I'm gonna go with door 8.
Okay, 8 it is.
Yeah.
All right then. That means June's got to go through 7.
What? Why?
What?
The majority of this is the same.
If the 6 of us are gonna keep going without leaving anyone behind, there are only 3 ways we can do it. Have 3, 5, and 8 go through 7, and 4, 6, and 7 go through 8. 4, 5, and 7 go through 7, and 3, 6, and 8 go through 8. Or 3, 6, and 7 go through 7, and 4, 5, and 8 get 8. There are no other combinations. In other words, 3 and 4 and 7 and 8 can never go through the same doors. You get it now?
So yes, there's virtually no difference, or at least very little difference to this particular part of the scene, but I'm just gonna go through it, not edit it out, because that saves me some work.
You're saying we aren't gonna see each other again for a long time?
I will at
Hey,
least
come on. We gotta split up. This is just like we got split up. I'll bet.
You mean...
Yeah,
Probably.
Yeah,
What?
in other words, the Zero's been on. I'm dead. He's not gonna.
I will at least speed through
Everything's
it.
Yes.
Anyway, that's pretty much it. Clover and I will both go into separate groups. I figure I'll take 7 and Clover can take 8. Any problems with that, Clover?
Clover looked away and was silent for a moment.
Whatever.
So yes, no matter what we do, if we pick door 7 or 8, Akane can't come with us, but no matter what, Clover will come with us.
All right, we're ready to go then. Let's move.
As At Santa's command, the group split and headed for their respective doors. Santa, 7, and June walked toward door 7, while Clover, Lotus, and Junpei headed for door 8. For a long moment, they stood in front of the door. Then, Lotus laid her hand against her chest and turned to Junpei and Clover.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then shall we go?
It's open.
A narrow hallway stretched out before them.
Okay.
Hurry!
Lotus and Clover leapt through the door. The moment they did, their bracelets beeped. The detonators in the bracelets had been activated. Junpei stepped forward to follow them, but as he was about to step over the threshold, he stopped. He looked to his left, toward door 7. June stood there, a mirror image of Junpei. She turned and looked toward him. Their eyes met.
June.
Jumpy.
They nodded. Their farewell took almost 1.5 seconds.
What the hell are you doing?
Then someone took hold of Junpei's arms and hauled him bodily through the door. He heard the sound of the numbered door slam shut behind him. His bracelet gave a cold electronic beep.
81 seconds left. Hurry!
Lotus snapped at him and ran to the dead.
Ugh.
Junpei and Clover followed her as fast as they could.
It stopped.
With a shaking hand, she wiped a few beads of sweat from her forehead. Clover, however, was calm. Aloof, perhaps.
Pointless.
She muttered to herself without emotion and began to walk down the hallway, leaving behind a confused Junpei and Lotus. Lotus watched the girls receding back with a mix of frustration and curiosity.
What an unpleasant girl. I bet she's not very popular with the boys.
Her sarcasm seemed a little more biting than was perhaps necessary, but she sighed and started after the younger girl.
Maybe pairing these two together was a mistake. Too late now. I better catch up to them.
After taking a moment to catch his breath, Junpei followed.
Oh, it's a dead end.
The hallway made a number of turns before at last coming to a dead end.
There's a door on the left, though.
For a few minutes, they stood in front of the door, examining it. Above the door was a plate with the word laboratory engraved on it.
A laboratory? Huh.
Oh, that doesn't sound very pleasant. I don't like the look of this place.
Me either. But there aren't any other doors. It's not like we have a lot of choices.
Junpei.
Huh?
Please, you first.
Junpei suspected her politeness was motivated by something other than respect.
Ugh, fine.
Junpei muttered to himself and pushed open the iron door. His first steps inside were tentative and careful, but as he examined the room, it became clear that there was no imminent danger. Lotus followed him in, and Clover brought up the rear. The room they found themselves in was divided into two separate areas by a curved wall. A thick glass window built into that wall made it possible to see into the other side of the division.
You know, I think the window looks into another room.
Maybe it's for monitoring something.
Junpei walked to the window and looked through.
What the hell?
He wasn't sure what else to say. In the center of a room shaped like a quarter circle, a mannequin lay on what looked like a medical exam table.
It looks so creepy.
Junpei jumped a little. He hadn't noticed Lotus come up next to him.
It's kind of like that doll is waiting for surgery.
This is a laboratory, right? I'd say it's more like it's waiting to be experimented on.
How delightful.
Ooh,
It's creepy either way. You don't think that thing's gonna suddenly sit up or something, do you?
No.
Well, I don't know.
We're not in a horror film.
I mean, look at all those cables sticking out of it. If we press the wrong button, I don't know.
Stop it. Just thinking about it is terrifying.
She was gripping her arms, the knuckles on her hands white.
Wait, where's Clover?
She was still standing near the entrance of the room. Her face had the appearance of calm, but it was drawn and somehow sad.
What is she?
There was something almost pitiful about her. Junpei walked over to her and, as kindly as he could, spoke.
Are you okay?
Clover looked away.
What are you talking about?
What? I'm just worried about you. You've been real quiet.
What? I can't be quiet if I want to?
Well, I mean, of course you can. I just...
Okay then. If I can be quiet if I want, just leave me alone, okay?
Come on, you know I can't do that. We gotta work together.
Clover bit her lip and was silent for a
Junpei,
moment.
you just don't get it!
Then, suddenly, the text scrolled by without my input. Her cry took Junpei by surprise, and he stumbled backward a few steps, alarmed.
My brother's not the kind of person who'd just leave me behind! Something happened to him! Something bad.
Yeah.
Junpei had nothing to say. Lotus, jolted from her mannequin nightmares by Clover's voice, turned toward them.
What happened?
Clover's eyes slid to Lotus, then back to Junpei.
Look, just don't bother me, okay? Leave me alone.
Finished, she turned around. Before Junpei or Lotus could say anything, Clover had begun to walk quickly away.
Hey, wait, Clover! Hold on! That way is...
I told you to leave me alone!
He might as well have been talking to a wall for all the notice she took of his cries. Not even slowing down, she made for a doorway cut in the wall in front of her. Without even slowing down, she passed through the doorway.
Clover, watch out above you!
And without warning, an iron gate fell from the ceiling like a portcullis, sealing Clover in.
What the heck? What's going on here?
Clover grabbed hold of the iron bars and shook them as hard as she could.
Hang on! I'll get it open!
Oh, for crying out. You'll never do it on your own.
Junpei grabbed the bars and pulled. In a moment, Lotus joined him. The three of them pulled as hard as they could, but...
Damn it! It's not moving.
Wait! Are you gonna give up? Just like that?
No, I'm not giving up. This has got to be another one of Zero's puzzles.
If it is, then there's gotta be a way to open it.
Junpei nodded.
Just what I was thinking. Now all we gotta do is find it. Lotus and I can look around out here. Clover, you're gonna have to see if you can find anything in there.
Oh, yes, I'm on it.
Seek a way out. Welcome to the laboratory. And the track you're hearing play, Quaternary Game, is the only time this track plays in the game. Which is a shame because it's particularly catchy. Junpei, do something, please. Quick, figure out how I'm gonna get out of here. Clover, there's a door in the back, isn't there? Wait right there. I'll take a look. Oh no, it's locked. I can't get it to move. There's a double door in the back. It seems to be locked and, unsurprisingly, won't open. Nope, can't do anything about that. A silver handrail. That it? It looks like a regular handrail. A window made of really thick glass. I don't even think a bullet could break it. Doesn't matter what I hit it with, it might as well be made of steel. They're cardboard boxes. There's some papers and stuff in them. What's in the boxes? They look quite full. As far as I can tell, it's a bunch of notes about some kind of experiments, but it's all really technical and stuff. I don't really get it. They're cardboard boxes filled with papers. Empty them out and you can use them to sneak around. A whole bunch of steel lockers. The 9 on the right all have little red lights on them. Red lights, huh? Well, can't hurt to give these babies a try. Yep, just as I thought. Locked tight, all 9 of them. I wonder if there's anything important in there. A whole bunch of lockers. 9 of them are locked. These lockers are a little larger than the ones on top. Let's see if there's anything useful in here. And no, nothing. A couple of vertical lockers. There isn't anything useful in them. Ooh. There's something in here. Something in the locker. Ethanol. Ethanol. I wonder if this is for antisepsis. Oh, it says, anhydrous ethanol. Anhydrous? Is that different from the regular ethanol? Come on, that's common knowledge. Anhydrous ethanol is a powerful cleaner. It can even erase marks left by a permanent marker. Did you know that ethanol is used in some alcoholic drinks? So does that mean you can use booze to clean up marker graffiti? Well, I don't know about that. I'd rather drink it than use it to clean. Don't drink that. I'm not gonna drink it. Bottle of anhydrous ethanol. Apparently it can erase the marks of a permanent marker. There's nothing here anymore. It's empty. This is the computer. The power isn't on. Well, there is a power button. This is a waste of time. What? I don't see a power cable. Oops, yeah, you're right. No power cable. This thing isn't even connected to a main computer, though. It's got a monitor, keyboard, mouse, but that's it. Just sticking it on the power cable isn't gonna do anything. Oh, I don't know about that. The computer, it doesn't have any power right now, so it isn't working. The power cable, huh? The keyboard. Really? Nothing? Okay. The mouse. Really? Nothing? I would have thought that would have had like a special dialogue or something. Apparently not. There are 2 levers here. Do you think they activate something? Well, why don't you move one? Alright, I'll give it a try. Nope. Doesn't look like anything's happened. The only thing about the room that's changed is the lever is down now. Not very impressive. This is a keyhole. This looks like a keyhole for the activation key. Keyhole. I might be able to activate this thing if I put in the right key. I think this thing is supposed to power that machine in the other room. Well, it doesn't appear to be doing that. I wonder how we're supposed to turn it on. The power distribution board and the control panel. They're not working at the moment. This is a really old type of keyboard. This keyboard is pretty old-fashioned. The hands on the clock have stopped moving. The clock may stop, but time goes on. No time to screw around. We need to figure out a way out of here. It's a clock. The hands have stopped, so we don't know what time it actually is. I wonder what this cable is connected to. Okay, one side of this thing is in the room with us. The other side extends into the laboratory where Clover is. In other words, the console in front of us is connected to the device in the laboratory. There are thick cables covering the walls and ceilings. There's a lot of stuff here. I don't know how we could use any of these. Well, I can say for sure that I do know how to use at least one of these things. Which one? The one on top. I think it's a power cable. The power cable, huh? I'll take that. This is definitely a power cable. Do you remember if we ran into anything that didn't have power? Power. Maybe I can plug it into something. A stand for various pieces of equipment. Some of them might be useful. It looks like this door is the exit. The door on the right just goes to the laboratory. Nope, this door isn't going anywhere. No dice. It won't open. I mean, that's about as much as I expected. I don't think Zero would let us out of the room quite that easily. Alright, let's think about ways we could open this door. Like, what? Everything suggests this door is the exit. The only problem is figuring out how it opens. This looks like the control for some kind of electric lock. The red light is on, then it's gotta be locked. There's a green light just below it, although that one isn't lit. I bet it'll turn off if we can unlock it, right? Yes, but how are we going to unlock it? There's no keyhole, no card reader, and no keyboard for putting in a password. I have no idea. Control device for the electronic door lock. There's no way to input a password, though. If we want to open the door, I bet we need to do something somewhere else. Red light is on. Hey, Clover! There's a door over here, too. Wait, I'll be right there. I can hear her over there. Is this door gonna... Damn it! I can't open it. Clover, what about your side? It won't work. I can't even move the knob. The door to the laboratory is locked up tight. It's not going to open. Clover can't open the door for her side either. This looks like the control for the electronic door lock. There's a red light on the display. That means it's locked. If we can get that light to turn green, then maybe we can get Clover back. It's a silver handrail. Seems like a regular run-of-the-mill handrail. Ooh. Is this like an examination table? There's a creepy mannequin in here, guys. There's something sticking out of the mannequin's head, like wires or something. What the hell were they doing in here? Huh. Why is she all quiet now? They were doing experiments on humans. Probably. Oh man, now she looks sad. There's a mannequin lying on top of the exam table. I can't see it very well from here, but it looks like there are a bunch of electrodes sticking out of its head. That mannequin looks so sad. I gotta admit, I'm starting to feel kind of sorry for it. Am I getting attached to this thing? Maybe I should give it a name. How about the Science Boy? Science Boy is lying on the table. His poor head is full of electrodes. Oh, poor Science Boy. I think this thing is a monitor for whatever experiment they were running here. There's a bunch of stuff on here. Like resistance value and voltage. The power's off, so there's nothing on right now. It's the monitor. There's a whole bunch of cables under this table. Monitor doesn't have a power cable, so one end of this cable needs to be connected to a monitor, and the other end needs to plug in under the desk. Alright, let's just slip you in. Huh? Well, shoot, I can't use this. What's wrong? This cable has 3 prongs, but the socket only has 2 holes. It's not gonna fit is what I'm saying. In other words, we're gonna need a plug to change the power cable to one with 2 prongs. That's right. We got the power cable, but without the 2-prong plug, it can't be connected. I need a 2-prong plug. I wonder if there's one around here somewhere. I guess this drain is for water, huh? Well, there's nothing here. A drain for water. It hasn't been used in a long time, so it's completely dried up. Speaking of dried up, my throat is very dry. I need a quick drink. I have been talking for so many hours. I wonder what they washed here. There are these weird colored stains all over the sink. It's a wash basin, more commonly known as a sink. I wonder what this is. This thing here looks like a voltmeter. And this is the control for that? Gosh, there's so many dials. Why don't you try turning one of them? Nope, nothing. There's no power here, guys. I turned the dial a whole bunch, but even if I turn on all the switches on, nothing happens. Is there anything unusual in that machine? Well, I don't know. You know, there are a bunch of cords hanging from the bottom of it. Geez, this is a lot of cords. Looks like they all go over into the mannequin's head. So the device and mannequin are connected. What the hell were they doing in there? Oh man, back when this laboratory was active, there wasn't a mannequin in there, I bet. There was a real-life human on that table. I wonder what... No, I don't want to think about that. According to Clover, it's some kind of device that can... Oh, something voltage. God, my brain is dying. There's no power going to it, though. Regulate voltage, okay. Apparently I can't click any of that, surprisingly. It's a rack. There are a bunch of cables on it. Somebody cut the outer stuff off the cables. I can see the wires inside. There's some cables on top of the copper wire exposed. I don't know what kind of table this is, but part of it's all black. There's a pen lying over there. I think somebody probably used it to make the table black. Well, if they only used the pen on one part of it, there's probably something underneath all of that pen. Clover, do you think you can erase it? Yeah, sure. Oh, this is permanent marker. Junpei, do you know how to erase ink from a permanent marker? Erase ink from a permanent marker, huh? Give me just a minute, Clover. I'll be right back. Part of the table's been covered over in black with a permanent marker. If I could find something that could get rid of that ink, I could hand it over to Clover to the bars. Huh. I could have sworn. Alright. I gotcha. Hang on. Here, Clover, use this ethanol. You should be able to wipe off that permanent ink with it. What am I gonna wipe with? Oh, well, your clothes, of course. Just kidding. Please don't look at me like that. You're scaring me. Careful, Junpei. She might kill you. Anyway, could you wipe off that permanent ink? Look, Clover. Right now, at this moment, you're the only person we can depend on. I'm trusting you with this. You trust me? I feel kind of special. I have to get Clover out now. Clover, can you use the cloth on the table? Use... huh? Soak it in ethanol and then use it to wash off all the stuff from the permanent marker, okay? Right. Okay, so I gotta soak the cloth with ethanol. Well, she's got the cloth, but she seems to be having a little trouble with the bottle of ethanol. When she's ready, I should ask her to get to work on that stuff on the table. Soak the cloth in ethanol and... Junpei, it's working. It's wiping the permanent ink off. Huh? There's some kind of weird drawing on all the permanent ink. What's the deal with that drawing Clover found? Maybe I should ask her to take another look at the table. I wonder what this is. There are a bunch of numbers in some kind of grid. I can't see it from here. Clover, you got a pen and a notebook, right? Could you write those numbers down and then hand them to me through the bars? Okay, roger. Stuff on the table seems like it's some kind of hint. I could have sworn. Maybe it's because my brain is currently dying, but... yeah, maybe I'm just misremembering. Here, Junpei, I wrote down all the numbers from the desk on here. Paper with numbers on it acquired. New material has been added to the file screen. God, my brain really is dying. I can't even navigate. The note Clover copied from the stand in the laboratory. It has 4 numbers written in 9 separate cells. Or, in other words, on a tic-tac-toe board. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't want to have to cut this out, because I know... okay, yeah, okay, there we go. God, I can barely remember anything at this moment. Hey, Clover, how are the power cables over there? Huh? What do you mean? Does the plug have 3 prongs or 2? I don't know what you're talking about. Let me go look. Guess she does have to kind of crouch down to get a look under there. The cable on the monitor has, it's got 2 of those little metal things. What does that mean? That's it! Okay, can you unplug that cable and bring it over here? Okay, but... well, I can unplug it, but it's connected to the main computer. I can't take it over to you. Damn it! It's no good then. Well, how about just the plug? What? The plug? Well, maybe more like a connector? It's a sort of thing that makes the plug with the 3 metal thingies into a plug with 2 metal thingies. Still useless? Not useless. Not useless at all. That's just what we were looking for. Okay, can you hold on for a little bit? And back down she goes. Alright, unplugged. I'll hand it to you over at the bars, okay? Clover's holding the 2-prong plug. Should be able to get it from her over by the bars. Here you go, the 2-prong plug. Thanks. This is the 2-prong plug that we can use to convert the power cable from a 3-pronged cable into a 2-pronged one. After that makes the 3-prong cable into a 2-pronged one. Combine. Okay, put the two-pronged cable into the head of the power cable. It fits perfectly. This should be just what we need. Should do the trick. Alright, I've got the two-pronged power cable in my hand. I'm pretty sure this will work. Under the desk I go, and let's just plug this thing into the monitor. Alright, that ought to do it. Alright, let's turn the power on. I don't think anything's gonna happen. Why not? Well, it's not connected to the main computer. You never know until you try. Pretty optimistic. Junpei pushed the button on the front of the monitor.
Oh, that worked.
With a soft hum, it turned on. Streams of letters that made no sense to Junpei began to scroll across the screen.
What?
He had hoped it would turn on, but he hadn't expected this.
Huh? It's running on its own?
It certainly looks like it.
Isn't that kinda weird?
What?
Well, it's not connected to the main computer, right? There's just this keyboard and monitor. The only cable connected to this thing is the power cable we just plugged in. So, why is it working?
Maybe it's a wireless display.
Clearly, this was a reasonable explanation to Lotus.
A wireless display?
Yes, it connects to your computer wirelessly, hence the name. Have you been living in a cave, Junpei?
Apparently. Like I said, this game is supposed to take place in 2027. Like, Junpei, where have you been? You most certainly had not, but...
Is that normal?
Yes!
Yes, at least where I worked.
Oh.
Oh, it stopped.
Pass with a colon.
Looks like we need to enter a password.
Again? There must be a hint around here somewhere.
Could you go take a look?
Yeah, I'm on it. What are you going to do?
I'll see if I can do something about this on my own.
On your own?
Yep, on my own.
Lotus?
Lotus pulled over on the nearest chair and dropped herself onto it, in front of the keyboard. For a second, she stared at the screen. She kneaded her hands, knuckles popping, and twisted her back left, then right.
All right. Let's kick some ass.
Lotus smiled to herself and rubbed her hands together in anticipation. Then, before Junpei had time to blink, she was typing at an incredible speed, the click-clack of the keys running together like machine gun fire.
Wait, what?
Junpei was, for once, at a loss for words.
Didn't expect that, did you?
Of course I didn't! You're typing so fast, I can't even see your fingers.
Lotus grinned, pleased with herself. I've known at least one person who could type that fast, and it is exhausting just to watch it.
Well, at any rate, you're pretty amazing.
Did you fall for me again?
Whoa, what do you mean, again? I'm not into you.
I know. Don't be so stubborn, shy boy.
I am not being stubborn, I am not shy, and I am not a boy.
Junpei.
I am a young, healthy, 21-year-old man.
Okay.
I'm not gonna fall for an old lady like you.
Suddenly, the guttural roar of a furious animal filled the room. Junpei, you are a complete moron. Or so Junpei thought for just a moment. Lotus's hands suddenly stopped and her shoulders stiffened.
Old lady? Did you just say old lady?
Guys, she's 40 years old. She's not that old. Hell, I wouldn't even say she's old. Like, what's with you guys?
Well,
Oh, crap, thought Junpei. I went too far. You think? Oh, well, it was a nice life while it lasted.
I've had enough of you. Go somewhere else. You're bothering me.
What?
Go see if you can find a password hint or something. I'll try and open this from here. You're distracting me. Go. Now.
Lotus waved her hand in the universal gesture of dismissal. Junpei was clearly not wanted.
Fine, I guess I'll go.
Time to cut my losses, Junpei thought, and left as quietly and inoffensively as he could. Junpei wandered around the room for a while, looking for anything that might help find the password for the computer. Unfortunately...
Nothing. No clues whatsoever.
Yeah, there actually is no passwords. It really seems like the only way to get through this room is to have Lotus be a part of it.
Clover didn't find anything useful in the laboratory either. Damn, looks like we've hit a dead end this time.
But just as he was about to tell Lotus that his search had returned nothing.
All right! Bullseye! Junpei, I did it!
Excited cheering erupted from near the monitor.
What?
He hurried back to find Lotus looking rather smug.
Let me see.
She gestured for him to look at the screen, and he did. The strange text from before was gone, and its place was something entirely different. 9 squares arranged in a 3x3 square.
What is that?
I don't have any idea. It just showed up after I cracked the password.
You think it's a puzzle?
It certainly looks like one.
As she spoke, Lotus stood up.
Huh? Aren't you gonna, I don't know, do more computer stuff?
No, I can't do any more. It won't let me do any more programming. See? The keyboard. Nothing. So, there's nothing more I can do. Well, I guess I'll leave this to you then, Junpei.
What?
Let me take a break, all right? I did my part.
I mean, she did. You would have been stuck if she wasn't here.
Well...
He wasn't sure what to say to that. She certainly had done her part. In fact, without Lotus, they probably would have run completely aground. I shouldn't rely on other people so much, Junpei thought to himself.
I guess you're right. Thanks, Lotus.
No problem. And make sure you know when you should thank people.
Now, I better take care of this myself. No more relying on anyone else.
Junpei crossed his arms and stared at the puzzle shown on the screen. The solution to this puzzle should be fairly obvious, if you remember the note given to us by Clover. 1, 2, 3, 4. Do that to make all the squares green. Alright! I solved it! Did you hear a noise just now? Yeah, I did. It sounded like something unlocking. Where did it come from? There are a bunch of green squares on the screen. I don't really need to mess with it right now. It wouldn't do anything. Look, Junpei, the lights on the lockers are green. Then we must have unlocked it with the computer puzzle. What's in here? Keys? There's more than one key in here. This one is small and it looks like it goes to some sort of machine. And this one has the Earth symbol on it. I think the Earth symbol matches a keyhole in a door on the A deck. Well, if that's the case, we probably don't need the Earth key right now. Alright then, Earth key. I'll just tuck you away deep in my pocket. Now as for the other key... Activation key. What key is this? From the shape of it, I'd say it's not for a door. Probably some sort of device. Oh, what is it? I wonder, do you think maybe this is the activation key for that thing? The activation key? Yes, it has to be. I feel good about this. Looks like it's a key to activate something. It was just at that moment that he heard a voice behind him. It was Clover.
Hey, Junpei, do you have a minute?
He put the puzzle aside for a moment and walked over to Clover.
What's up?
Well, never mind.
Hey, hold on a minute. What does...
Sorry, just forget about it. It's nothing.
Before he could say anything, she spun around and ran back down toward the stairs.
What the hell was that?
After waiting a few minutes to see if she would return, Junpei sighed, shook his head, and went back to searching. That was peculiar. Junpei, thank you so much for everything. Whoa, what's this all about? And also, I'm sorry I messed up. Hey, we could talk about this when we get you out, okay? Just hang on, Clover. I'm gonna get you out of there right away. Yay. I think it's the first time I've actually seen a genuine smile out of this chick. This key. The shape of it sure makes it seem like it has to go to this machine. Alright, I'm turning it on. Okay, the monitor is on now. And it's full of letters. We've already inserted the key and activated this machine. Tapping on this keyboard isn't doing squat. The keyboard, it does nothing. It's showing some kind of warning. Power restored to experimental device. Emergency system will activate in the event of abnormal subject behavior. Okay. Power restored to experiment. Junpei, this thing in here is on now. Yeah, that's because we activated the power over on this side. Could you, like, play with it a little? Okay. Yeah. I'll turn this dial here. Turn, turn, turn. I don't think it's working. Nothing happened. Well, maybe she missed something. I should ask her to look around the room again. Maybe if you increase the voltage. Roger. Will do. Okay, I'm gonna go all the way to max voltage. Max voltage? Hey! Wait, Clover! Oh, shit. What? I think, Oh my god! The mannequin's head! Oh man, that sounds like a fire alarm. What the hell? Fire detected. Fire detected. The emergency system will be activated. Evacuate the room immediately. Science Boy's head is on fire! Science Boy! No! Oh, the humanity! What the hell is Science Boy? Are you talking about the mannequin? Yes? Forget about the mannequin. You need to help Clover, now. Science Boy's head is on fire. I feel bad for him, but he's already done for. I need to save Clover. The monitor looks like it was almost melted by the heat from the fire. Hey, Junpei, do something! This is your fault! My fault? Is it? It's hot in here, and smoky and stinky. I'm gonna die. Junpei, this really isn't funny anymore. What should I do? Please, help me. Junpei, do something. I have to save Clover. I have to stop examining absolutely everything. Clover, isn't that back door open? I'll try. Clover stumbled toward the door, coughing violently. No, it's not working. It won't move at all. Junpei, help me get out of here. It's a mannequin the size of a human being. It's on fire. Damn, the gate's still shut. Gotta save her now. Well, that's easy. The control device for the electronic door lock. The green light is on. Junpei, look at the light. Yes, it's green. The emergency system is activated and disabled the lock. Now we can save Clover. Junpei! Come on, kid, jump! She's safe. Oh, man. Smoke is some serious business. Time to close this door again, I think. Clover, are you okay? Are you hurt? Damn, she's coughing so hard she can't even talk. Of course I'm not alright. What the hell took you so long, you big jerk? I was almost dead. What about Science Boy? Is he alright? Sorry, I was going as fast as I could. You two can do this later. Right now, we need to get the hell out of here. That fire's not going to stay in that room forever. What are you doing, Junpei? Not that way. Are you an idiot? That's the laboratory. You know, the room full of fire? You want to burn to death? Hey, knock that off. Yeah, I know. I just feel kind of bad for leaving Science Boy in there to die. What? The mannequin? Clover's eyes are kind of freaking me out right now. Maybe I should just give up on the mannequin. So long, mannequin. You may not have been a real man, but I always thought of you as kin. Still more puns. There's a mannequin on fire on the other side of the window. The skin is already melting and dripping off. I can see some of its metal bones. What are you doing, Junpei? Let's just get out of here. What are you doing? It's dangerous over there. I have to save Science Boy. Junpei, we don't have time for looking at stuff. We gotta get out of here. Clover's right. We need to get out of here now. Alright, alright. I'm done playing. I'm done playing. You found it. I needed that little joking to ironically help my voice. Junpei, Clover, and Lotus leapt out of the laboratory, slamming the door shut behind them.
Whew, thank God we got out of there.
Yeah, finally.
Oh, yeah.
All three collapsed against the wall, breathing heavily. Junpei's heart was pounding in his chest, and his whole body felt weak. He inhaled gulps of clear air, and with each one he could feel his body begin to calm down.
All right, let's go.
Okay.
They nodded to each other and started off down the hallway. Before long, they found a few new doors, but all of them were locked.
Damn, none of these open. They're all locked.
How about that one?
The final door sat in a corner of the hallway.
Let's hope this is the door with the prize.
Junpei grabbed the door handle and was about to pull it open when a voice cried out behind him. It was neither Clover nor Lotus, but he recognized it. There was no doubt the voice belonged to...
Jumpy!
Huh?
He spun around. There at the other end of the hall, Junpei saw human figures running toward him. 3 of them.
June? Santa! 7!
They stopped short in front of Junpei and his companions, gasping for air.
Hey, what are you guys doing here?
What? But we didn't...
Before he could finish, Clover spoke.
Hey guys! Could you come take a look at this?
She was standing near the end of a small hallway that branched off to the right. The rest of them ran over to her, curious as to what she found.
Hey, on the wall.
A map of the ship's interior?
It says C deck.
So it's the map for this floor then?
Door 7 and door 8. Yep, they both eventually end up at this hallway.
In fact...
Yeah, isn't that what I said? We aren't going to be split up permanently till we find door 9. We might get separated for a little while, but we'll see each other again. Otherwise, we won't be able to open door 9. And that's how the nonary game works.
Junpei looked at the map of the ship's interior again.
Wait a sec. This leads to...
As he looked more closely, his surprise and excitement gave way to weariness.
Oh!
Like mine.
You've got to be kidding me.
One by one, the others saw what he'd seen.
We may as well go.
Yeah.
They all moved back toward the door Junpei had only a moment ago been ready to
Oh,
open.
almost forgot. We should keep this.
Pulled the map of the ship's interior off the wall, put it in his pocket, and followed the others.
Ready? I'm gonna open it.
Mm-hmm.
I knew it. We're back.
And from here...
In the hospital room.
And from here, the scene is largely the same, except for the small dialogue choices where they note that that Akane, Santa, and Seven got the Jupiter key, and that we got the Earth key. That's the only small dialogue choice. Also, or change. Also, I kind of skipped over it, but there was a small dialogue change for noting that we got the Saturn key instead of the other group, like the key card. Okay. Unless something actually pops up, I'm gonna cut away to the next important part. For a second, she stared at the screen. She kneaded her hands, knuckles popping, and twisted her back left and right.
All right. Let's kick some ass.
Lotus smiled to herself and rubbed her hands together in anticipation. And before Junpei had time to blink, she was typing at an incredible speed, the click-clack of the keys running together like machine gun fire.
Wait, what?
Junpei was, for once, at a loss for words.
Didn't expect that, did you?
Of course I didn't! You're typing so fast, I can't even see your fingers. What kind of job do you have? What are you?
I'm unemployed at the moment. I used to work for a cybersecurity firm, but I quit.
Why?
Lotus blinked.
Huh? Oh, it was just something.
So, if you choose to go through door 5 and then choose to go through door 8, this variation of the scene will happen. There will also be a variation on Clover's scene, which we'll see directly after this. She stopped typing for a moment and her face fell.
I see.
This was not an avenue of questioning to be pursued, Junpei realized, and quickly shut his mouth. Lotus's fingers began to move again, and in a few seconds she was back up to full speed. As she typed, more letters and symbols that meant nothing to Junpei began to pour across the screen.
Oh, what are you doing now?
I'm going to try and brute force it.
Brute what?
A brute force attack is... Well, the short version is that I just attack the thing head on. The long version?
Junpei, have you never heard the term brute force? Without looking up or slowing down, she began to explain.
A brute force attack is one of the simplest ways to break a cipher. It checks every possible combination until it finds the right one. For a complex cipher, it can take a very long time. I'm writing a program that would run an attack like that on its own. It's not the most elegant solution, certainly, but given the circumstances, there isn't much else I can do.
Even as she talked, her fingers never slowed or missed a key. Junpei couldn't help but feel a little odd.
Oh, but back to what we were talking about earlier.
What were we talking about?
The wireless display? It's kind of strange if you think about it, isn't it? How do I put it? Well, let's say you write a program that calculates an addition problem for you, all right? So you enter 1 + 1. The screen will show you 2. See? Isn't that strange?
No, not really.
Oh, come on now. Of course a caveman like you would think it was strange. You said so just a minute ago. You're just not getting it, are you? Who calculated 1 + 1?
The main computer, right? You said it connected to the monitor wirelessly.
Yeah, but someone who grew up in a cave wouldn't know that, right? They'd probably think that this thing here, the monitor, is doing the calculating. And once they've decided that, they'll start examining this monitor. They might poke the screen or something. Ah, I see the color changes when I press it here. Then they might investigate the hardware on the inside. Oh, I see. So this wire supplies the power. Eventually, they might even cut the wires. Ah, yes. Just as I expected. When this wire is cut, no results appear. Therefore, it must be this device which does the calculations.
Oh.
I like her little acting.
But the truth is that, just like you said, the computer is doing the calculating. But these cave people wouldn't know that, because they have no idea that the monitor and the computer are connected wirelessly.
Lotus continued to type, but Junpei scratched his head.
So, what are you trying to say?
Nothing, really. It's just, I thought maybe, what if the relationship between human beings and our brains is like that?
Huh?
Well, let's say you stick a bunch of electrodes into parts of the brain. A scientist examining the signals they send out might say, interesting. So stimulating this part of the brain causes the person to see colors. That must mean this neuron cluster controls that function. Okay, let's see what happens when I cut out this part. Ah, just what I thought. Cutting off this part causes that function to cease. Therefore, human thought processes must occur in the human brain. See? Doesn't it sound the same?
Kind of.
Maybe the brain is just an output device, like this monitor. Maybe our thought processes actually occur somewhere else, in a main body. We just don't know it. We never even think about it. Just like those cave people wouldn't know about wireless communications. We can't imagine that there's some unknown medium that transfers information into our brains, where we experience that information as thoughts.
Junpei didn't say anything. Not so much because he had no retort. No, her argument just seemed silly. And he was a little surprised to be hearing something like that from someone like her. It is a little surprising. For someone who boasts herself as being so logical, she likes to go off on these tangents about things that very much sound like science fiction.
The brain is just an output device. Human thought actually occurs somewhere else.
That's just crazy talk.
Did Lotus really think that, he wondered? It was a little creepy, Junpei thought. It sounded altogether too much like a bizarre cultish religion.
Maybe that's the cause of Seven's amnesia.
Oblivious to Junpei's increasing discomfort, Lotus continued.
If memory is actually stored somewhere else, in some sort of main body somewhere, maybe he hasn't forgotten anything at all. He's just having a difficult time accessing his memories because the monitor, his brain, has been damaged.
Huh.
I suppose that would explain aphasia and blindsight, too. Perhaps they actually can speak or see. The monitor just isn't functioning properly. I guess people with prosopagnosia could be suffering from the same thing.
Wait a minute. What?
He knew what aphasia was. Oh, hang on a second. Don't you just love it when someone bothers you in the middle of recording? Okay. He knew what aphasia was from watching medical dramas on TV, and blindsight was easy enough to guess, but he'd never heard of the word prosopagnosia before. If you don't know what aphasia is, it's an impairment in a person's ability to comprehend or formulate language. So, just in case you weren't aware what that was.
What? You've never heard of prosopagnosia?
Lotus spun around in her chair to look at him. Junpei just shrugged and shook his head.
No. What is it?
Well, put simply, it means a condition where the mind can't distinguish between human faces. In other words, my face would look the same as Clover's or even yours. So they can't remember faces, which is how most people recognize each other. That means that people with prosopagnosia have trouble recognizing even people they're close to. Usually they can make do by associating people with other things. Their voices, their clothes, their hair.
Does that mean other people's faces look like blanks?
No, I don't think so. Well, you've seen monkeys, like in a zoo, right? To you and me, all the monkey faces look the same. Even though they've obviously got faces, it's almost impossible for a human to distinguish between them. The zoo staff that works with them would learn to identify different monkeys eventually. But you or I couldn't, unless one had a scar or something else to set it apart. Well, that's how people would be to someone with prosopagnosia.
Prosopagnosia. Huh. I didn't even know that kind of thing existed.
Yup. It is an actual condition. Although I don't know if it's exactly how Lotus is described, but if you don't know what it is, go do some research. Junpei did his best to act as though the entire lecture hadn't gone entirely over his head.
And, what were we talking about?
The idea that your brain is just an output device, like a monitor.
Are you serious about that stuff?
Not really. I was just kidding for about half of it.
What about the other half?
Well, I guess I was just adulting.
Not funny.
It's kind of funny. Lotus's smile had something rather masochistic to it.
It's nothing more than a story I made up out of boredom. Don't take it seriously. It was the first thing that came to mind, and I just talked about it to kill time. But looks like I don't need to talk anymore.
Why?
I don't have to kill time any longer.
As she spoke, Lotus raised her right arm high and brought it down on the enter key.
Oh, then you finished that brute whatever thing?
I certainly did. And let's see what we got.
Chunks of text flickered on and off in quick succession, and then a line of numbers appeared, blinked, and disappeared. The screen cleared, and all that was left was the word accepted.
Piece of cake.
Lotus would clearly have patted herself on the back if it would not have made her look entirely ridiculous. After a few seconds, the accepted disappeared to be replaced with 9 squares arranged in a 3x3 square.
The screen changed again. What the hell is that?
No idea. Looks like a puzzle.
Suddenly, Lotus stood up.
Huh? Aren't you gonna, I don't know, do more computer stuff?
No, I can't do anymore. It won't let me do any more programming. See? The keyboard. Nothing. So, there's nothing more I can do.
Well,
I guess I'll leave this to you then, Junpei.
What?
Let me take a break, all right? I did my part.
Well...
I mean, again, she's correct.
I guess you're right. Thanks, Lotus.
No problem. And make sure you know when you should thank people.
Now, I better take care of this myself. No more relying on anyone else.
So yes, the scene is quite different. And we get to learn quite a bit about prosopagnosia. That'll probably be important later. It was just at that moment that he heard a voice behind him. It was Clover.
Hey, Junpei, do you have a minute?
He put the puzzle aside for the moment and walked over to Clover.
What's up?
I wanted to ask you something.
Hmm?
Junpei, you went into door 5 with my brother, right?
Correct.
Did you hear him say, like, anything weird?
Huh?
Why is she asking me this? Junpei wondered. So as a result of going into door 5, this scene is now far more substantial. The more he thought about it, however, the more it made sense. Snake had been gone for a long time. Clover was quite attached to her brother. Of course she would have been worried about him.
Well, let me think.
He thought back to when he'd gone through door 5, hoping he might remember something, even a small something that would help her. However...
Sorry, Clover. I can't really think of anything. I mean, he did mention that his hearing exceeds that of a regular person, or something like that, but that's about it.
Okay.
Clover's words were barely audible. She nodded vaguely to Junpei and turned to walk away.
Hey, wait a minute.
Hmm?
Look, I don't know if I should ask you things, but if you don't mind, I was hoping you could tell me if, is Snake, was he born...
You're talking about his eyes?
Yeah.
No, he wasn't born blind. When he was a kid, he got in an accident. A really bad car accident. He couldn't see after that. And his arm.
His arm?
Yeah. My brother's left arm is, it's not like a normal person's arm. It's fake. It's not a real arm.
Is it?
The accident hurt him really bad. To save him, they had to cut off his arm.
Oh.
That's quite a pertinent piece of information. May also explain why his hand is so pale.
Is that all you wanted to ask me?
Talking about her brother had clearly taken a great deal out of Clover. Junpei nodded.
Look, I'm sorry for making you talk about all that painful stuff.
It's not that.
Clover only shook her head and walked off down the stairs.
Our next destination is Mercury.
But maybe you and June should check it out first and then report back to us.
And we're back here. After everyone has discussed about Snake's death and accusing one of us of being Zero. And our next destination is Mercury.
All right, let's go, June.
Right. Here it is.
It sat bolted to the wall near the stairs that led to the casino and the kitchen between the two elevators.
The Mercury card reader.
We're using the card 7 gave us, right?
Yeah.
I found it when we were checking out the shower room.
I think 7 said something like that. Anyway, let's see what happens.
Junpei slid the card through the reader. The light on the reader turned green and made a tiny electronic noise.
I guess the elevator works now.
Jumpy, I know it's only the two of us, but let's do our best.
What's with you all of a sudden?
Well, I'm happy we were put together.
You're a little bit of a weirdo sometimes, Akane.
You know it's just for searching E-Deck, right?
Even so, I'm glad I'm with you.
Oh. First, we need to find out if the elevator comes up full of water.
Just like we did before.
Oh, here it is.
I knew it. It's not wet at all.
No water.
Let's go.
Yes.
Once it had been checked for water, Junpei and June stepped into the elevator.
Look! Nearly all of the buttons are destroyed.
Yeah, only the seat and bottom button can be pushed.
We're on C deck right now, so the only one we can choose is bottom.
Yeah. Well, let's try it out.
Junpei hit the bottom button. The door closed. Slowly, they began to move downward.
Oh, so this is the bottom deck.
They stepped off and saw that the hallway to their right ended somewhere between 20 and 25 feet from them. The hallway in front of them was a dead end, but not a regular dead end.
Hey, over there.
This is a numbered door.
This is the 8th one we found. There were 2 numbered doors on B deck near the central staircase. They were doors 4 and 5. 3 more in the large hospital room, doors 3, 7, and 8.
And the door we found on E deck, and the door Lotus and Santa found on A deck. It was a 6 on the door on E deck, and a 1 on the door on A deck.
4, 5, 3, 7, 8, 6, 1. And now door 2 stood in front of Junpei.
That means...
Do you think the next door we find?
Yeah, I think so. The next one's gonna be door 9.
Despite himself, Junpei felt excited. There was something about this excitement that frightened him as well.
Finally!
Yeah,
You don't look very happy about it, though.
it's not that. I just hope nothing goes wrong.
You're right. We should keep our fingers crossed.
Let's head back.
Okay.
He did his best to put it from his mind and headed back to C deck with June.
1, 2, 3, 4. All right, 7 pieces.
The pieces of paper they'd folded up lay on the ground next to Junpei's legs. Everyone had written on paper pulled from Junpei's notebook in an effort to pull together a blind vote.
Just double checking, but everyone wrote their code name and a door number they want, right?
Yes, just like you told us earlier.
Can't believe we're voting here.
Why had they decided to vote that way?
We need to make the whole thing fair, blah-de-blah. This is a complicated plan, you know. Hurry it up, Mr. I have a brilliant idea.
They decided it wasn't fair to simply ask everyone at once. That would allow people to force others to go through certain doors.
Yeah, quiet in the peanut gallery.
And he had a plan. It wasn't a plan he wanted anyone catching wind of, however, so he did his best to act calm as he began to open and read the pieces of paper.
All right, let's open these up. The first one says, Ace requests door 1.
Yes, I do. Would you like me to explain why?
No, we don't have time for that. Sorry. Let's keep going.
He opened the second one.
Next is Santa. He wants door 6.
Yeah, that's what I wrote.
Junpei continued with the third, fourth, and fifth pieces of paper.
Clover wants 1, Lotus wants 2, and 7 also wants 2.
Wait a minute. There is no way I'm going anywhere with the Elephant Man.
No, there'd be no point to the voting if we let people change their choices because of stuff like that.
But,
Just give it up, Lotus. It's not like I want to hang out with some exhibitionist grandma.
Oh my god, really, dude?
I am not an exhibitionist. I'm wearing clothes.
Barely.
I don't think we ever get an explanation. Why are you wearing that? Especially right now.
So, last I checked, that's not a crime.
Maybe. But what about common decency? Nobody wants to have to look at a chick who looks like a half-naked raisin.
God, man.
Oh, I'm gonna kill you!
Oh, Lotus's hair flared out like the mane of an angry lion.
Oh, not good.
And she roared with a voice that shook the walls.
Let go! Let go of me! I'm killing him!
With some difficulty, Ace managed to restrain her.
Junpei, read the rest.
I love these silly little moments in this game. It helps provide some good levity to the dark tone.
Right.
Junpei tore his eyes away and looked down at the sixth piece of paper. He opened it.
June wants door 6.
Yes. I don't really have a reason. I just felt like it.
All the papers save Junpei's had been read. He did some quick calculations in his head.
So this was everyone's vote. Ace and Clover requested door 1.
This was the door on A deck near the central staircase.
7 and Lotus requested door 2.
This was the door on the bottom deck and could be reached by taking the elevator to the bottom of the ship.
Santa and June requested door 6.
This was the door on E deck and could be reached by taking the elevator near the central staircase down.
Then the door I should choose is...
It took him less than a second to run the numbers. He opened the seventh piece of paper and spoke.
Okay, the last one is mine. I want to go through...
And the door Junpei will go through is something we will decide next time. Because my head hurts, my throat hurts, it has been many hours, I have gone through 4 escape rooms. And I want to finish this up in 2 more videos. Oh god. Maybe I shouldn't have planned to do this in 6 videos exactly, but you know what? I've already decided on it. I'm going through with it. I'm sorry if I'm a little down now. But yes, if you enjoyed this, please like, leave a comment, subscribe if you want. Any support I appreciate at all. And I will see you next time as we go through quite a bit more. My goal for the next video will be going through 4 more escape rooms. This probably wouldn't take as long as if I didn't like focus on the optional dialogue and stuff, but you know, I find it fun. Anyway, again, if you enjoyed, any support is appreciated. Thank you all for watching, and have a good night.